What everyone here today has been looking forward to for quite some time. Promises to be a very interesting day with some well put together presentations for you. My name is Robert Jordan, and I'll be your master of ceremonies for the day. And I hope we have a fun and interesting time together. The mayor has joined us here today, and so Mayor Lightfoot, would you come and take the stand along with the presenters from the first group this morning. So, Mayor, if you want to just take a second, I was going to. Let me just say a few words here. This really marks the sort of culminating step for a long 3-decade endeavor towards bringing a casino to the city of Chicago, maintaining the city as its status as a world-class city. And the mayor's come here this morning to kick off our festivities, which will comprise 5 presentations throughout the day. So Mayor Lightfoot, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. And welcome to what I think will be an interesting and historic set of presentations. I'm thrilled that we've reached this major step in the process of bringing a first-class casino resort complex to our great city. Today is 3 decades in the making. It hasn't been easy to reach this point, and many people doubted that it could ever be done. But after extensive efforts by my administration and our partners in Springfield, it's finally happening. And I have to credit a lot of people, but importantly, I have to credit Representative Bob Rita, who's been working on this matter literally for decades. So I want to give Representative Rita, other leaders in the House and the Senate for making this happen. We are ready to mark this significant milestone in our city's history. Today, our casino respondents, Rivers, Hard Rock, and Bally's, bringing 5 total proposals, will discuss their visions for what gaming in the city of Chicago will look like. They share how their different projects will become economic engines that will catalyze growth, respond to questions about the benefits and inclusiveness of their visions, and walk us through how their proposals will create a world-class, must-see experience that will draw visitors from around the globe to Chicago. We are looking for a partner on this project that will help us develop a casino-anchored resort complex that matches our thriving entertainment and cultural scene. Chicago is already a premier tourism destination. You all know that. We have iconic architecture, a globally recognized commercial center, and beautiful crown jewels like our lakefront. Now we'll be a tourism destination also known for a casino that I am confident will rival anything, anywhere on the globe, with hotels, shops, restaurants, and entertainment venues. This project is an incredibly important investment, ensuring our city's socioeconomic prosperity well into the future. A city casino signals to the world that our economy is on a strong pandemic recovery path, ready to develop new lucrative projects. And it will serve as a catalyst for additional large-scale economic developments to accelerate our journey down the path of recovery. There's a growing list of companies choosing to either set up shop or expand their businesses in Chicago. We call these pro-Chicago decisions. And so far this year, we have 172 and counting. These are businesses that have come to Chicago from any place else in the world to be here because of what we offer, because of the dynamic opportunities in our economy. There are also businesses that are already here in Chicago that are substantially expanding their footprint. We have the most diverse economy out of the U.S. metropolitan areas, with no single industry making up more than 14% of our gross regional product. There are a lot of other data points that I could tell you that we are back on track for a robust recovery, but suffice it to say, opportunity awaits in the city of Chicago. And I can't wait to see how a casino will build upon and expand upon these economic successes. A city casino also allows us to capitalize on gaming and other revenues. We'll soon see hundreds of millions of dollars in new gaming revenues for the city and additional revenue for the state to help fund their vertical capital plan and support projects across Chicago. These revenues will shore up our police and fire pensions, which itself is a very big and necessary deal. We need no reminder of our challenging past with our pension funds, and truly, it's our challenging future. But I'll talk about that on another day. We need only to know that we are on a bold path for meeting our pension obligations. Also capture the gaming revenue that we're losing to neighboring jurisdictions. You've heard me say this before. If you go to one of the casinos just over the border in Indiana, probably 90% of the cars queuing in have Illinois license plates. Sorry to the Hoosiers, but that's money that should be here invested in our city, because it's being spent by our residents and residents around the surrounding area. So I want to repatriate those funds to the city of Chicago. Finally, a city casino will allow us to expand our values of equity and inclusion. It must. As with every city initiative and effort led by my administration, the RFP process was designed with inclusion and equity in mind. We are no longer leaving a single resident or neighborhood behind. So naturally, we're bringing them along this journey as well. This project will create an estimated 2,000 to 3,000 good-paying, sustainable jobs for residents, especially those who are most disadvantaged. It will create new employment opportunities for Chicago-based businesses with an emphasis on those owned by people of color, people with disabilities, women, and veteran-owned businesses. All in all, this project is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to dramatically shape the landscape and reputation of our city and its bright future. And a city, by the way, that was built by organized labor, who remains an important part of our economic future and must be at the table for these developments as well. That is why we put a careful, transparent RFP process in place to ensure that this casino would meet our objectives, our residents' objectives and vision. This RFP solicited proposals for a permanent anchored resort. The RFP laid out our core goals for this project, among them an inventive design and layout that fits into the iconic architecture and fabric of our city and meets LEED standards. The power to be a catalyst for economic development that meets the synergy of our existing arts and culture facility. The creation of good-paying jobs and new employment opportunities, as well as apprenticeships and training programs for our residents. The support of existing Chicago business suppliers and vendors with an emphasis on inclusivity, and a requirement to integrate with the surrounding communities while creating additional revenues and providing excellence in service. The RFP also requested that the casino itself include an iconic outdoor public space, meeting spaces, and a 5-star hotel, and a prioritization of access and egress through public transit, pedestrian, and other mobility modes that emphasize walkability around the structure. We also requested the implementation of social programs geared towards addressing gambling addictions. We know that where gaming comes, addictions follow, and we can't put our heads in the sand. We must address this terrible blight on communities as well. And a commitment to give back to our communities around mental health, violence prevention, and investments in affordable housing. Today, we are going to hear in depth from each of the teams about how their proposals will meet these requirements. These presentations are purely an informational forum to comply with the authorizing legislation's requirement to have a major public presentation by the bidders. Moving forward, we will continue engaging with community stakeholders. So this won't be the last time that the community is involved in this process. This is the beginning, not the ending. And after today, there will be continued evaluations of the proposals, negotiations to obtain the best package for Chicago, and then we'll present what we believe is the best proposal to our colleagues at City Council. And assuming City Council approval, the proposal will be reviewed by the Illinois State Gaming Board, which itself has a very rigorous process, and I'm going to say now, hopefully an expeditious and timely process. The people that are here at the table are very well known in the industry. Some have businesses that are already operating in Illinois, surrounding areas, so we hope that the Illinois Gaming Board will understand the necessity and urgency of moving forward so that we can have shovels in the ground as early as possible. And our intent is to complete our part of the process by the end of the first quarter of 2022. No matter which bid is ultimately selected as our winner, I want to thank each and every one of the RFP respondents, the teams. I know a tremendous amount of work has already gone into providing the presentations, and we thank you for that. I also want to thank the city and state leaders who worked tirelessly to make this day a reality for our city. I also have to thank our team in the mayor's office and across the city who have been working tirelessly both to get the RFP into shape, working with the bidders to answer any questions, and are going to roll up their sleeves after today to continue the work. So thank you to my entire team, many of whom are here witnessing this history-making event here in the city of Chicago. So I look forward to continued partnership with the state and the winning bidder, as well as the leaders of the public sector to maximize the benefits of this casino. And let me just say this one last thing. I went through a long laundry list of things that we hope and we want to see from the bidders. But to be clear, whoever wins, we're your partner in this work. This has got to be about partnership. That is the only way that this will get done. And we expect to step up and do our part as a city to be your partners. This is historic. I remember being a very young lawyer at the start of Mayor Daley's term, Mayor Richard M. Daley, when there was a blue ribbon panel that was set up to try to win casino gaming in the city of Chicago. Those efforts were for naught. Over and over again, years of futility. We are not going to waste this opportunity. We're going to maximize it for the benefit of our residents to make sure that we secure our financial future, but also demonstrate to the world that Chicago is on the move and the place to be. So thank you very much, everyone. I hope you enjoy the presentations. And again, to the teams, thank you so much for everything that you put in and for betting on Chicago. No pun intended. Thank you.
Very good, very good. Very good, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Lightfoot. Well, she laid out the agenda for you today. As you can see, there's a lot resting on the different productions that you're going to have in a moment. Can we get our first presenters on stage, please? While they're taking their seats, I might mention to you that, as the mayor did, that the proposal is for this to present the city with 2,000 to 3,000 jobs over the course of building the casino and some of the other work that will take place. You know, 1.5 million people came from overseas to visit Chicago last year, as even with COVID, it still remained a world-class city. So you can expect that with a entertainment venue such as the one they're talking about now, this could turn out to be another draw for the city. So our group is here. The first group we're going to hear from this morning with a presentation of 45 minutes, your clocks are here, is the Rivers McCormick Group.
Come with us. Come with us to Chicago's lakefront. There's nearby Bronzeville, the birthplace of entertainment in Chicago, our city's heart and soul. Along the streets of Bronzeville walked Louis Armstrong, Sam Cooke, Nat King Cole. There's the iconic Erie Crown Theater, where the music of legends once filled the air. It's time to bring it all back to a place imbued with history, with soul. It's time for a renaissance for our community to fulfill the promise of Chicago's future. That starts with bringing back McCormick.
Just imagine the iconic McCormick Lakeside Center reborn as a global destination casino, dining, and entertainment complex.
We don't see empty space. We see 480,000 square feet alive with the possibility of a quick-turn transformation.
A landmark destination providing thousands of jobs with an aggressive diversity and inclusion commitment and 25% minority ownership.
Real estate development is in Rush Street Gaming's DNA. The principals have developed the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, Ritz-Carlton Chicago, Boston's Faneuil Hall, Century City in LA, and many more.
As the leading developer of casinos in North America, Rush Street Gaming has the know-how to deliver a winning project for Chicago. We've developed 6 highly successful casinos from the ground up, and each have become strong economic engines for their host community. Rush Street Gaming will bring that experience home and create a truly incredible casino destination worthy of our world-class city.
Fostered by a team with the track record to prove it.
I'm Scott Goodman. I'm committed to creating new opportunities across the neighborhoods of Chicago.
I'm Kimberly Moore. I got tired of being the only person in the room who looked like me, so I set out to change that.
I'm Greg Carlin, and I'm very excited to be developing a world-class casino right here in my hometown.
I'm Zeb McLaurin. I grew up in Chicago, and now I develop and revitalize neighborhoods around the city.
I'm David Doig. I've worked on the redevelopment of Chicago's historic Pullman neighborhood.
I'm Steve Searles. I know this location inside and out. I played a key role in the $600 million expansion to McCormick Place.
I'm Philip Castillo. This building is part of Chicago's history. I'm committed to not just preserving this historic building, but using it as Helmut Jahn would have imagined.
I'm Regina Stilp. I'm committed to the creative reuse of our historic architecture.
I'm Jimmy Akitande. I founded my company to rebuild our community, one block at a time, in the most socially responsible way.
That's why this team at this site is your best bet.
River Chicago McCormick is a spectacular location, ready to provide new tax revenue within 12 short months of approval.
River Chicago McCormick is adaptive reuse at its best.
With easy highway access, ample parking, and minimal traffic impact for our neighbors.
A clear choice, uniquely able to use existing infrastructure to bring new life, new spending,
and new opportunity to the spectacular lakefront between Museum Campus and the future Obama Presidential Center, which would create a critical bridge connecting north and south.
And to do it quickly. With sophisticated sustainable practices
and minimal environmental impact,
generating jobs, excitement, out-of-town dollars, and significant tax revenue years sooner than new construction. Chicago has a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to transform the lakefront community into a global entertainment destination. New jobs, new life, new hope. How about a little fun? Chicago deserves it. Just think, thousands of new jobs and millions in tourism revenue. A boon to Bronzeville, to the entire city, and all of Illinois. With nearly half their employees people of color, Rush Street is proudly committing to over 40% participation from minority-owned businesses like mine. It's another way that this project will reflect both Rush Street's values and the community that it serves.
The hallmark of a truly worthwhile development is when it helps develop community, when it improves the lives of the people who call it home. So come with us, bring back iconic McCormick, and spark a renaissance for these neighborhoods and for all of Chicago.
Good afternoon, Chicago. Good afternoon. I'm Regina Stilp. I'm a principal at Farpoint Development, a Chicago-based developer. Rivers McCormick is the best bet for the city of Chicago and for the taxpayer. It's plain and simple. Today, You will hear that each of the casino proposals will generate significant tax revenue for the city of Chicago. Our proposal will do that as well, generating as much, if not more, than other bidders. But what you will only hear from us are those distinctive differentiators that are unique to our proposal. Those fall into a few key areas. First and foremost, we will demonstrate that Rivers McCormick beats the competition in all of the relevant ways. We will offer the greatest economic benefit to the taxpayer. We have the best location, utilizing an existing building and existing infrastructure. And we have the best team of developers and operators. By repositioning an iconic structure into a world-class entertainment destination, Rivers McCormick represents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to contribute to the Chicago economy, lift up surrounding communities and neighborhoods, and most significantly, our proposal provides more than $1 billion of non-gaming benefit to Chicago and the taxpayer. $1 billion of additional benefit. This is no gamble. We're thrilled to share this vision with you today, and to get us started, please welcome my partner, Scott Goodman, the founding principal of Farpoint Development.
Thank you, Reg, and good afternoon, everybody. So, as we were formulating our plan for a casino bid at the McCormick Lakeside building, we kept in mind the mayor's own words, and I quote her when I say the bottom line is to make sure that we are getting revenue as quickly as possible. This entire bid is about taxpayer benefit. The Lakeside bid is unique because it's an adaptive reuse of an existing structure. That means we can deliver a fully functional, fully operating casino and the associated amenities within 12 months of getting approvals. That is a big difference and a big distinguishing factor from all the other bids. The other bids need to think about a temporary casino in order to tide them over until they're ready to go, which is a necessary evil. We don't need a temporary casino. We're going to be able to deliver ours within 12 months. One of the other bidders, in fact, is saying, well, we're going to build a temporary casino, and then we're going to build the first phase of our casino. And if I get a 20% return on that first phase, then I'll do the second phase of our casino. And with our bid, the entire casino will be completely operational 12 months from the time of approvals. That represents at least 2 years of additional full-time casino operations before the competitors would be able to get theirs operating. And the experience of a temporary casino is much different than the experience of a full casino. Not only are the revenues smaller because the casino itself is smaller, but just the level of enjoyment and the level of play is much less. So as Regina mentioned, our bid represents over $1 billion more of tax benefit than any of the other bidders can do. That's part of the reason, and I'm going to introduce David Doig, President of Chicago Neighborhood Initiatives, to explain where that $1 billion comes from. Dave?
Thank you, Scott. So let me be specific, because ultimately this boils down to dollars and cents, and we want to be transparent, we want to be open about what that $1.2 billion of additional benefit represents. And this is why this proposal is the best proposal for the taxpayers of the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois. First, we all know, driving by McCormick Place, that the Lakeside building is a outdated, decaying building. It's falling apart. The roof is shot. The glass needs to be replaced. The systems require significant upgrades. In fact, estimates are that there's $400 to $600 million of deferred maintenance in that facility, very comparable to what you saw yesterday with the Thompson Center. Our proposal allows Rivers McCormick to assume those hundreds of millions of dollars of really taxpayer liability right now in those deferred maintenance costs, and we will relieve the taxpayer of that obligation. At some point, that's going to need to be redeveloped, and those costs are going to have to be borne by the taxpayers. Secondly, we're proposing a $15 million annual occupancy payment directly from us to the city and to the Metropolitan Pier and Exposition Authority. On a present value basis, that's estimated at $500 million of additional benefit to the city and to the MPEA. As Scott mentioned, rehabbing the existing building allows us not to have to build a new building, saving years in terms of pre-development and site work. We estimate that we can have a casino up and running with its associated revenue within 12 months after approval. That's at least 18 months and probably closer to 2 years earlier than any of the other casino proposals. That will generate $200 million of additional revenue directly for the city of Chicago. Fourth, by utilizing existing hotel rooms, so remember, McCormick Place has 2,900 hotel rooms already there, we will create an additional $20 million a year of benefit to the taxpayers who own McCormick Place. This benefits the taxpayers, not the hotel owners. Fifth, McCormick Place is spending millions of dollars a year in operating expenses, basically losing millions and billions of dollars. In fact, we all have to subsidize that. Redeveloping this building will relieve the taxpayers of that huge operating loss. Sixth, by locating adjacent to the McCormick Place Convention Center, we will generate more revenue from tourists and outside visitors to the city than any of the other proposed sites. And finally, being the furthest south of all the different respondents, we estimate that $200 million a year of revenue from Illinois residents that are now going to Indiana will be redirected back to Chicago. The mayor made this point in her initial comments. We have the best chance of getting revenue from those going to Indiana to come back to Chicago. So finally, in addition to this special taxpayer advantage, Rivers McCormick will deliver more gaming revenue than the Tribune site based on traffic and accessibility. Everybody from Chicago knows how bad traffic is at Halstead and Chicago. Our revenue is at least on par with all the other sites based on our analysis, and the tourism and out-of-town visitorship opportunity is only available to us because of our direct connection to McCormick Place. So again, most importantly, we are the only casino proposer that offers this additional $1.2 billion benefit to the city, its taxpayers, and those from the state of Illinois. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. So Dave spoke a little bit about the economic advantage we have. Now I'd like to talk a little bit about the location. So we all know the Lakeside building. It's iconic. It's been just a fixture of the Chicago lakefront for 40 years or more. Just a beautiful structure, but it's old. It's depreciated. So we want to convert that beautiful structure into a world-class, iconic destination casino. If you would walk into that building today, you would see the bones of just a perfect structure for a casino with its high ceiling heights, its open windows, its views of the skyline, and its views of the lakefront. Next, our bid offers a unique solution to fund the much needed restoration and caused by the deferred maintenance that exists at the building. With our project, the financial liabilities which now fall on MPEA and therefore the taxpayer, we would take responsibility for all those. In fact, the building would take a 180-degree turn financially and take this liability from costing the taxpayers millions into a significant tax revenue machine. And this opportunity presents an unparalleled new experience along the city's lakefront. If you are biking or walking or jogging on the lakefront now and you start at Museum Campus and you head south to 31st Street or vice versa, this area is a void. There's nothing there. We intend to open that up and enliven it and make it full of activity. A big, big differentiator is the infrastructure that's already in place. We're on Lakeshore Drive, as you know. The I-55 ramp is there, connects to all the other major highways. This infrastructure was built for crowds. It was built for venues. It was built for the largest convention center in the Western Hemisphere. No taxpayer liability, no TIF. There's going to be nothing that needs to be done by the taxpayer for the infrastructure of this property. It's uniquely qualified for that. Putting a world-class casino in the Lakeside Center also enhances the attractiveness of McCormick Place as a convention center. When I was young, we used to go to Erie Crown Theater all the time. I saw many concerts there when I was a kid. I saw plays there. We used to go see, I think, the Nutcracker there, you know, and it was just a vibrant place to go. And when you'd go to Erie Crown, it was a treat. I haven't been there in 12 years, and the last time I was there was for a fundraising event. It's highly underutilized. By putting the casino in the Lakeside Center, not only do we make McCormick Place as a whole a much more attractive destination for conventionaires and other venues and other events, but it will enliven the entire building as an entertainment mecca and a draw for both Chicagoans and tourism alike. If you go to Las Vegas and you look at some of those casinos there, they have convention space, they have entertainment space, experiential things, a lot of food and beverage. That's exactly what we'll have here. In the old days when it was just Chicago, it was just Las Vegas, it was just Orlando, and those were the choices, it was great that maybe we didn't have a casino next door. But the world has changed and times have changed, and the pandemic has taught us that our convention center is fallible. We need to make our convention center not just the biggest in the world, but the best in the world and the most attractive to the convention, shows, and tourism. And lastly, MPEA owns hotels attached to McCormick Place in the whole McCormick complex. 2,900 rooms currently exist today, and they are underoccupied based on the pandemic, the loss of shows, and other things. Our casino would pump up occupancy 300 nights a week or more, 300 rooms a night or more, and all that revenue doesn't go to a private developer who owns the hotels. It all goes to the MPEA, and guess what? It goes to us, the taxpayer. It's to our benefit. I want to tell you a little bit about our team. So Farpoint Development, Chicago Neighborhood Initiatives, and McLaurin Development are three key members of the GRIT team, which has awarded the RFP for the former Michael Reese site and the Marshalling Yards, which we call Brownsville Lakefront. It's a project that is focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's focused on sustainability. It's focused on social benefit and social outcomes. And that's the same mentality that we'll bring to the development at the Lakeside building. Chicago Neighborhood Initiatives and McLaurin Development and Farpoint, but we combined for decades of experience developing and renewing communities across Chicago from the north side all the way to Englewood and Pullman and beyond. We've been creating jobs and opportunities and improving communities for decades. When we looked for an operating partner, we were instantly drawn to Rush Street. Why? Because they have the exact skills and experience to develop this casino. They've done it before. This is what they do. and they are hometown, and they know our area. They are sensitive to our communities. They are sensitive to all that we are doing. So with that, I want to introduce Neil Bloom, who is chairman and founder of Rush Street Gaming. Neil?
Good afternoon. Rush Street Gaming was born right here in Chicago, as was I. I grew up in Albany Park. Rush Street was founded by Greg Carlin and me, and we're excited to be here today. As part of your due diligence process, we think it's critical for the selection committee to visit each applicant's properties and see with your own eyes what they have built and developed, see how they're operated, and talk to the local elected officials and team members, and see if the local communities are thrilled with the development that they did. Here are some key questions. Who is the most experienced developing new casinos and entertainment facilities as opposed to buying them? Developing is a different skill than buying a casino. This RFP is to develop a $1 billion-plus project. You need a real experienced developer. Who has developed and operated in major urban and downtown environments like Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and Cook County? Who has the strongest gaming brand in Chicagoland and invested over $150 million in it over the last decade? Who has been able to deliver on developing casinos in challenging economic times? And who has the financial resources to do that, including a conservative balance sheet and ownership of its real estate as opposed to highly levered leasebacks? Who has extensive experience operating in high-tax jurisdictions like Chicago, and which project has the highest potential for tourism revenue? Rush Street is the most experienced developer and operator of commercial casinos and entertainment facilities in major metropolitan markets in the United States outside of Las Vegas. Each project we have developed and operated, we developed on time and on budget. Here are some examples of our major projects that were developed by Rush Street. And by the way, the team that developed this is the same team that is here today with Rush Street. We developed the Fallsview Casino Resort for roughly $1 billion almost 20 years ago. It is widely regarded as the best casino resort in Canada and a top tourist destination. We developed the Rivers Casino in Pittsburgh, which dominates the western Pennsylvania market and has been a huge economic driver for the city and region. We rescued this project in 2008, going into the Great Recession, from the original licensee who could not raise the capital to do due to market conditions at that time. So we took over the project and built this highly successful entertainment resort casino. Rivers Des Plaines was awarded to us in November of 2008. I was scared to death at the time. Today it is considered one of the best regional casinos in North America and has generated the highest revenue per gaming position of any commercial casino in the United States for the last decade. Rivers Casino Resort in the capital region of New York is the most successful commercial casino in the state of New York and has remarkably transformed its host community. We built it on an old industrial site on the river that has been abandoned for decades. And Rivers Philadelphia was the catalyst for a phenomenal urban renewal of a local neighborhood near downtown. Another casino license issued at the same time to build something in Philadelphia couldn't get off the ground because of the recession, and they lost their license while we delivered the project for the city. Making flashy promises is easy. Delivering on them is difficult. Good intentions are flash, don't generate tax revenue, but on-time, completed, successful casinos and entertainment facilities do just that. These are difficult times. Inflation is increasing at a rapid rate. Construction costs are rising. We don't know what's happening with the pandemic. Chicago needs an experienced developer with a steady hand. This is not the time or project for on-the-job training. Chicago needs an experienced team who has done developments like this, exactly like this, before. The proven Rush Street team, which is the same team that has delivered all of the successful projects I've just discussed, is the safest and best bet to be entrusted with this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Chicago. I would now like to ask Stacy Rowland, Rush Street's Vice President of Regulatory Compliance and Legal Affairs, to talk to you more. Thank you.
Thank you. We are proud of our track record as a catalyst for economic development in all the communities we operate, and encourage you to speak with mayors and city council members in those communities. The president of the Philadelphia City Council, Darrell Clark, said it best, quote, "Since the casino broke ground in 2009, it not only created local construction jobs, but was a springboard to permanent jobs, as well as a catalyst for improvements to the neighborhood and surrounding communities. Rivers ignited an entertainment renaissance," end quote. Similarly, we believe our project will add powerful muscle to the revitalization efforts currently underway in this area of Chicago, from Brownsville Lake to the Obama Presidential Center. That kind of community revitalization starts with creating good careers for local residents. As an employer, we always put our team members first. We have a long history of developing a diverse and local workforce. We are dedicated to career advancements of our employees through training and development and generous scholarship programs. Almost 50% of our team members are people of color, and in Des Plaines and Philadelphia, 60% of our team members are people of color. Through our Rivers Gives program, our team members donate thousands of volunteer hours, and we donate millions of dollars, to the local communities surrounding our casinos each year. We offer an industry-leading 401k plan and health insurance. In fact, last year, when we closed our casino due to COVID, we paid 100% of our team members' health insurance premiums through the entire closure time. In fact, we also paid them a full salary for several weeks at the onset of the closure. And in Des Plaines, we paid each of our team members a special bonus of $1,000 when we had to shut down during the holidays of 2020. We are repeatedly named as a top place to work by major publications in our markets, including being ranked number 6 of 28 of in the large employer category of this year's Chicago Tribune's Top Place to Work survey. We also share the city's commitment to advancing racial equity and justice, and we will invest in promising solutions that empower people in communities, especially those on the south and west sides. We will establish a casino foundation that will focus its philanthropy on investing in community-driven initiatives that address historical inequities, as well as funding the priorities of our Chicago-based employees. Once we are open, we are committed to a minimum annual contribution of $2 million towards these efforts. We look forward to working closely with the City of Chicago to continue investing in our community. Now that we've talked about investments in the communities surrounding McCormick Place, let's take a look at the vision for the building itself. We'll start with a word from the late Helmut Jahn, McCormick Place's original architect.
Just like with the state building, I agree that McCormick Place is in bad shape. It's horrible in bad shape. It's the wrong thing to tear that building down, because this building is worth a lot of money. I think the building, just like the state building, needs to be changed, repurposed. There has always to be an intervention, and there has to be something new. I have actually made drawings where the exhibit hall could be still used or could be repurposed. You can make a very attractive place, no? important thing is not how many square acres of parkland you got. The important thing is that you create something on the lakefront which can be used by the public. That's really the main point.
Good afternoon. I'm Philip Castillo of Jan Architecture. I couldn't have said it better than Helmut himself. McCormick Place is due for revitalization, and Rivers McCormick is just what it needs. Rivers McCormick elevates the building's strongest design and heritage, creating a powerful moment for reinvention, and will continue to celebrate the global reputation of Chicago's skyline and lakefront. The infrastructure is largely in place, offering ample parking, requiring less disruption than new construction to residential neighborhoods, business districts, and traffic patterns. Working with the existing infrastructure will allow us for speed to market, creating strong momentum while driving revenues to the city and state as quickly as possible. The adaptive reuse of the existing building will drastically reduce the carbon footprint that a new building brings to the environment. Rivers McCormick will demonstrate commitment to sustainability by upgrading Lakeside Center to achieve LEED certification and compliance with the Chicago Sustainable Development Policy. Rush Street Gaming is an ideal partner in this effort. They created the first LEED Gold certified casino in the world. The adaptive reuse of this building and our sustainability efforts go hand in hand with our investment into parkland along the lakefront. To share more about the ways we'll revitalize this section of the lakefront, please welcome back Regina.
Thank you, Phil. In Helmut Jan's own words, the building needs to be reimagined. We couldn't agree more. Imagine McCormick Place becoming a favorite destination for all Chicagoans, not just a building that we drive by. Chicago has a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to bring long-needed new energy to this segment of the lakefront. As the only proposal located on the lake, Rivers McCormick will connect Chicagoans and out-of-town visitors at one location to enjoy the splendor of the lake and the beauty of our city. Imagine driving down DeSable Lakeshore Drive, or riding or jogging or biking or boating on the lakefront and stopping into one of Rivers McCormick's multiple new indoor or outdoor restaurants for a taste of Chicago. You can now grab a cup of coffee, you can have lunch with friends, grab a glass of wine, gamble, maybe listen to music at the Erie Crown Theater. No other proposal offers this variety under one roof. Imagine what nearly 10 new acres of parkland and open space can do to enhance the visitor's experience along the lakefront. Rivers McCormick will be a destination for everyone. Rivers McCormick will connect and extend access to multiple Chicago neighborhoods and other lakefront attractions, including Navy Pier, the museum campus, and the future Obama Presidential Center. By helping to bridge the gap between North and South, Rivers McCormick can be a destination that amplifies what a multicultural and diverse destination McCormick Place can be for all Chicagoans. Bridging communities is what this project is all about. To share more about our efforts around diversity, equity, and inclusion, please welcome Zeb McLaren.
Thank you, Regina. Hi, everyone. I'm Zeb McLaurin from McLaurin Development Partners. I built my business here in Chicago neighborhoods with national institutions and by helping local and minority-owned businesses grow and prosper. And I can tell you unequivocally that the Rivers McCormick team is taking an unprecedented step and to guarantee diverse representation throughout all aspects of this project, evidenced by our team here in front of you today. No window dressing. Our proposal and our track record is organic to our projects, irrespective of the audience, and not in preparation for a specific opportunity. We've established this track record because we believe in diversity, and it's the right thing to do, not because it's required via an RFP. We'll create thousands of jobs, promote workforce development and job training, increase economic impact, and bring real growth to all of Chicago, including Bronzeville and the broader South Side. Our site, being the farthest south located, is the best position to have the greatest positive impact on surrounding communities that need and should benefit most. Project commits to 30% MBE and 10% WB participation, 40% total, plus the 25% minority ownership in the casino operations itself, and a very aggressive supplier diversity program helping local businesses scale. River McCormick is a rare chance to share public benefit across all Chicago in ways that bring strong opportunities for wealth creation, bridging the wealth gap, and advancing equity and community-driven investment. Rush Street Gaming has already created tremendous wealth for minority investors, changing the lives of dozens of Illinoisans, a unique distinction of which Neil and the Bloom family are very proud. At Rivers McCormick, many more minority investors will realize a greater return sooner than any other option. You'll notice from the slide about our restaurant partners, many of whom are local, neighborhood, community-based entrepreneurs. We will help expose their talents to the world by giving our location nestled along the lakefront. And one example is Chef Carlos Gayton, who's coming up behind me. Chef Carlos is the first Michelin star Mexican chef in the city of Chicago, one of many examples of how we will leverage our homegrown talent.
Thank you, Seth, for the introduction. Buenas tardes a todos. It's my pleasure to be here and lend support and be among the many minority investors of the Rivers McCormick proposal. We are honored to be at such a great company. Rivers McCormick, we have a minimum 12 new restaurants and bar experience to Chicago entertainment scene. This area is cover at least 50,000 square feet, and they see roughly 1,500 people at the same time. The collective culinary experience, authenticity, and diversity of our restaurants partners are key differentiators in our group. Echoing the values of the project, we offer something for every palate, dietary, and budget. Additionally, we are committed to reducing our environmental impact, supporting local suppliers, and crafting quality and privacy meals for our guests. We can't wait to bring this vision to life. We will need another 45 minutes to talk about all the exciting culinary concepts that we have in storage for Rivers McCormick. I look forward to expanding further vision and these days ahead. Chicago has done great things for me, my family, and the careers of our team members. We cannot wait to see this city continue to flourish. On behalf of the Rivers McCormick Restaurants partners, we are committed to expanding our boundaries and pushing our creativity limits to offer the best entertainment culinary experience right here at Rivers McCormick. And now to share what this project can mean for the future of the Chicagoans, please welcome Kimberly Moore.
Good afternoon, I am Kimberly Moore. Thank you. Founder and president of KDM Engineering. We're based here in Chicago, and our firm is a part of the design build team. What an opportunity we have here to reimagine what Rivers McCormick would bring to the lakefront. The energy, the excitement, it's something that I can just get behind. I can't wait to see it. I grew up on the south side of Chicago, a product of Chicago Public Schools, go Whitney Young, and I can tell you that something like this has never existed before. Now we have the chance to extend the city's hub of action from Rivers McCormick to Bronzeville Lakefront and to the future President Obama Center. That is something that I think we all should get behind. I was one of the first few black women to graduate from NIU with an electrical engineering degree, and now I work with young people in underrepresented neighborhoods to connect them to the possibilities of engineering. When I think about the future of Chicago, and the families on the south side, I want them to see that these investments are being made in their backyard. I want them to see what it's like to reimagine an existing building. It's being transformed into something spectacular, and it's being done by people in their communities. I'm excited about what this will mean for Bronzeville, for the south side of Chicago, and for all of Chicago. Scott?
Thank you, Kim. So as I hope you can tell, this is personal for us. We are from Chicago, we are for Chicago, and we are with Chicago. Our bid provides the most economic benefit, $1.2 billion more than the other bids in economic impact. Our location and the project we'll create is the most logical choice and will have the most impact on the entire Chicago economy. With our bid, you get an experienced team who is committed to Chicago, committed to helping communities, committed to creating jobs, committed to diversity in all aspects of the project, and who will execute fully on this plan. We so appreciate your attention and time, and we'll leave you with a small video that'll give you a glimpse of what it looks like to fulfill the promise of Chicago. Thanks so much.
Come with us to Rivers Chicago McCormick. A new spark helping ignite a resurgence of heart and soul, good times, and jobs and opportunity, lifting up our community and our now flourishing McCormick Lakefront. Come with us to the new heartbeat of Chicago. Rivers Chicago McCormick, delivering on the promise of Chicago.
That was the Rivers McCormick group, and right on time, I might say. So we're going to let you know that while our groups are transitioning, there are bathrooms here. Also, if you are interested in some Q&A that we'll have an opportunity to do, there are cards on your desks. You can fill those out, please, and place them in a basket over there to your right, where they will be collected. And later this afternoon, we will have a Q&A portion of the program, and your questions can be addressed at that time. So in the meantime, bathrooms there, you can get some water. It'll be just a few moments, and our next presentation will be getting underway. So we'll be getting back to you then. Thank you so much. We will begin to get our program going. Once again, let me remind you that if you are interested and have any questions that you'd like posed later during the Q&A session of the program, there are cards on your tables that you can fill out and drop them off in the wicker basket over there on the table next to the wall. And we'll try to get to as many of those as we can a bit later this afternoon. Time now for our second presentation, which is coming to us from the Hard Rock One Central Group. They'll have 45 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jim Reynolds. I'm CEO of Loop Capital Markets. It's a privilege and pleasure to present to you today. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce the members of our team that will be presenting to you today. First, our partner and operator and investor, Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. Secondly, our lead investment group will be Landmark Development, Hard Rock, and Loop Capital Markets. That is very significant, and I'll come back to that shortly. Third, just as significant, is our community partners. And as we know about Chicago, Chicago is about community. And this engagement and this investment and this casino is there to benefit Chicago, Chicagoans, and communities of Chicago. The Business Leadership Council, the Chicago Urban League, and the Illinois Hispanic Chamber are our community partners. I'd like to, at this point, turn it over to our partner, Bob Dunn of Landmark Development, to further the presentation. Bob?
Thank you, Jim. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here and present to you our proposal for the Hard Rock Casino here in Chicago. As background, Landmark Development, as Jim said, is both investor and development partner in our proposal. Our experience over a period of nearly 30 years has centered on building civic-anchored community economic development initiatives that can have a transformative impact on cities like Chicago. Our relationship with Hard Rock started a number of years ago, before there was gaming legislation for a casino here in Chicago. Hard Rock's reputation and presence in the gaming industry and the entertainment industry around the world really requires no introduction. Our partners from Hard Rock will talk a little bit about their presence worldwide, the market penetration, and the success that they've had over many years, not just in gaming, but throughout the world in entertainment. And in Mayor Lightfoot's opening comments, she really framed what we believe is the essence of our proposal for gaming here in Chicago. If you read the RFP, it speaks about 8 fundamental goals that should be realized after 30 years of driving toward an initiative that is now on the table today. As the mayor described it, I think very well, she sort of framed the overarching objective. How do you take a must-see, world-class destination that drives visitation and use that as a driver to create economic gain that can have an impact and a reach throughout the community? While there are 5 excellent proposals on the table today, there is only one that can truly meet the underlying theme of that overarching objective. And that's our purpose here today, really, is to walk you through the work that we've done to go from 5 proposals from 3 very capable operators to the one opportunity at One Central that truly can meet that overall objective. And I think if there's one thing that the 3 proposers could agree on, and it goes back to the Union Gaming study, the focus on creating a tourist-centric location for gaming. That is really where the greatest opportunity will be realized. And what that means overall from a One Central perspective is what makes this proposal unique are these 5 factors that differentiate the ability to take a destination attraction and marry it together with an economic development initiative. There's only one of those proposals on the table today, and there's a reason that we only made one proposal. The other operators have multiple proposals on the table. There's only one that can realize this outcome of a destination, Chicago's next great destination attraction, married together with economic development. That is what will realize the greatest impact and outcome after 30 years of bringing this opportunity together. So what does all of that mean? How do we create, to the mayor's point, how do we create a world-class destination? And this is really the underpinning of One Central. One Central at its core is an economic development initiative framed around 4 fundamental, what we call civic pillars. Starts with transportation, where we can create one of the most unique transit hubs in the country, connecting CTA, Metra, what we call the Shy Line, a circulator system, and potentially Amtrak. If gaming is going to come to the inner city of Chicago, transportation is a fundamental requirement. The improvements have to be made to realize the greatest impact of bringing gaming to the city. Second is civic. Chicago is unique. Unlike most cities that use an asset like this, gaming, sports and entertainment, convention centers, to create opportunity for economic development, Chicago is different. Chicago has built 12 iconic, world-class destination attractions already that are in place. What doesn't exist is the infill. The third factor, which I'll leave for Mayor Karen Freeman Wilson to describe, is directly how this project is organized to have a transformational impact on the south side and west side neighborhoods of the city of Chicago. And the fourth point is what we call an urban innovation district. There are few places in the world where we can link together people, place, and technology in the manner that we can at One Central to transform the urban experience. This is our infrastructure of the future. And so while these are the four pillars of One Central, as you translate that then to what does this mean to gaming, this map describes it. Imagine a transit hub at One Central with a regional connection to the entire metro area by rail, and then linked together as shown on this map with a Shy Line circulator system that takes you from that transit hub to the front door of a casino, McCormick Place, Soldier Field, the museums, the parks. Doesn't exist today. That kind of connectivity, think of it this way. Disney would not bring 50 million people to the doorstep of Disney in Orlando and leave it up to you to figure out how to get there and how to move from point A to point B to point C. Transit is critical. The next factor is when we talk tourist-centric, what does that mean? What does it mean to become tourist-centric? Well, this map describes it all. There are a few places in the world that can bring connection effectively in a pedestrian footprint in the same manner as Chicago. So how do we leverage that to create a greater outcome than building a standalone casino that's really dependent on its own visitation? How can we unify the whole experience of the cultural mile to create a greater output, a greater impact? And so what's unique about One Central in our second pillar, the first is transit, the second, as I said, is how do we build a civic infrastructure, the retail, dining, entertainment amenities that really help to drive greater visitation, increase length of stay, drive greater spending, that yields greater tax base. It's the whole theme of taking an anchoring attraction and marrying it together with a major economic development initiative. So this is the opportunity that we have with One Central. Our civic build project, Podium as we like to refer to it, includes not just the transit infrastructure, but we've spent years working with our partners, JLL, AECOM, Accenture, to measure the opportunity to create a destination district with gaming now as its next great anchoring attraction. Well, what does that mean? To bring together the retail, dining, and entertainment amenities, they don't exist today in Chicago. Again, I would say Disney would not bring 50 million people to the doorstep in Orlando and leave them without the amenities that help to drive visitation, spending, in the case of gaming, ultimately tax base. And so through our work, what we've learned is what really drives this opportunity. This aspect of the project is capitalized and the market demand is proven. Market demand is proven, even recognizing the impacts of COVID, the changing nature of our urban retail environment. But what creates this opportunity? What makes this so unique? The reason gaming wants to be located here? Nearly 100 million vehicles a day by our front door. Transit hub that will generate nearly 40 million additional transit riders every day. A retail, dining, entertainment district that on its own, separate and apart from gaming, will generate nearly 15 million added visitors a year in the core of this district. That is the opportunity that we can bring together by marrying One Central and anchoring it with gaming. That's where our cities are going, to the mayor's point from earlier today, if we're going to realize the greatest potential outcome, leveraging the asset that gaming will become, it has to be woven together with a major economic development initiative, and that's what One Central gives us the opportunity to do. I'll turn it back over to Jim Reynolds, and he'll speak about what we consider to be the second major differentiator with One Central.
Thank you, Bob. I'm very proud to be a part of this really wonderful, very talented group. When I mentioned and directed you to the first page, I said really pay attention to that page, because you're going to see something from this group that you will not see from any other group. That page had a listing for lead investors. And on that page, you saw Loop Capital Markets, a minority-owned investment bank founded right here. We are the only team comprising minority-owned firms as part of the general partnership. What does that mean? It's a new model whose time has come. Chicago has an opportunity to be among the first sponsors of casino ownership that has significant minority ownership in the general partnership. You will see and you will hear many proposed minorities in the as limited partners. As a limited partner, you have passive capital in the deal. You put your money in, you pay fees to the general partners, and you hope to get a return out. You have virtually no influence on the deal. You have virtually no influence in the direction of the deal. You're very limited, which is why, one of the reasons why they call it a limited partner. The model that should stand, and that should be a requirement on any casino that's built in this town, is that there is significant participation for minorities as a part of the general partnership. Loop Capital is the largest minority-owned investment banking firm in the history of the United States, founded by me, a person from Inglewood, and thank you to the mayor who I saw left, but Jenny Hong Bennett there, that just completed the largest bond deal in Chicago history done by a minority-owned firm, north of $1.5 billion. This group is very, very serious when we talk about minority participation, real minority participation. And if you don't have participation in the general partnership, you don't have real minority participation. We're going to accomplish all those things that you're going to hear about from all of the other groups, except we're going to say them with a minority at the table who has led and has a proven track record in this city of doing what he says he's going to do. We will exceed every number put out here by any group on minority participation, whether it's construction, whether it's architecture, engineering, professional services, technology, financial services. We will exceed all those for one particular reason being, I know everybody that runs all those companies. And I have personal relationships with virtually all of them, and when I make a commitment, they can pretty much all say, Jim Reynolds pretty much always keeps his word. And we will achieve those and exceed those. We also feel very comfortable that our investors, our minority investors, black, brown, women, and others, will come from right here in Chicago. I know where some of the other investors are going to come from in some of the other bids, which is fine, but I think we have the reach right here to achieve those significant numbers north of 25% in the LP structure, and significant capital in the GP structure. So I personally am very, very excited about what we're going to do here. I'm really excited about this team that we have. Not only are we going to put a world-class casino in Chicago, and from a boy who's from the South Side, from Inglewood, I'm proud to see that, but we have one of the best global operators in the space, in Hard Rock, a committed, dedicated, very experienced, proven developer, like Hard Rock, like Landmark. And we have someone at the helm that's going to make sure that minorities in this city, which is majority minority, are going to have a seat at the table. Yeah. And as it pertains to decision making. Is it time for us to really change the dynamic here with these casinos in the state? Absolutely. There are no minority ownerships in the GP, in any casino in the state. And so we should change that dynamic. And we should change it right now with this group and this opportunity here. So thank you very much. I'm excited about that. I think I'll turn it over to my colleagues and partners from Hard Rock. Sean.
Thank you, Jim, and thank you, everyone. On behalf of Hard Rock International, our 47,000 system-wide employees, the chairman, Jim Allen, and our ownership, the Seminole Tribe of Florida, and Chairman Marcellus Osceola, we want to thank you and the City of Chicago for the opportunity to come up and bring what we feel is our unique brand of entertainment to Chicago. One of the speakers earlier had brought up the point that Chicago is a world-class city. And one of the things that we do better than anyone is bring world-class entertainment to our destinations, and more than anybody else within the gaming industry, we think we exemplify that. So what I'd like to start with today is a little sample of what we mean when we say we bring entertainment to a facility.
It feels good to see the world getting loose. Feels good to see the world getting loose. I don't know about you, Sack Noel. I don't know about you, Phenom. I don't know about you, like Shadow. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I'm 2 + 2, I'm for sure. You down, I'm down, baby, let's go. You stop, you drop, baby, then roll. You twerk, you pop, booty so swole. I'd hate me too if I were you. And when it comes to billions, I'll take 2. It's only one life, you don't get 2. So live life, don't let it live you.
I got a pocket full of $100 bills. Put on a jacket, cause these diamonds give you chills. 2 shots are running, 2 out, I'm starting tonight. Yeah. Look in the mirror, I'm like, who the hell is he? So many whips and cribs, I'm losing track of keys. Ooh, up to something. Ooh, yeah, I love it, alright. Alright.
Yeah. I'm drinking out the bottle. Get loose, hanging with supermodels. Get loose, feel like I hit the lotto. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I don't know about you, but I feel good.
Great. So one of the things that we bring that no one else can bring is an experience that travels the world. Hard Rock is a global brand, and I'll talk a little bit about what that brand awareness is like in a second. But fundamentally, we've grown the business since the tribes purchased it in 2006 to over 68 countries throughout the world, 241 locations. We operate not only within the cafe space that a lot of people know us for, but we've expanded significantly into hotels with over 35 hotels and nearly 19,000 hotel rooms. Gaming positions at almost 30,000 in 14 casinos, and more than anything else, we do 35,000 live shows a year. So what does all this add up to, and what does it mean? Can I just get a show of hands? How many people here have heard of Hard Rock? Okay? How many people have eaten at a Hard Rock? So what you represent is part of the 80% of the world's population that has heard of Hard Rock. And you also represent 90% of the adult population in the United States that knows about Hard Rock. And the people that have eaten here, over 120 million meals and other guest experiences that we do on an annual basis, which is unmatched across the world. And what does that mean for Chicago in this proposal? What it means is that we can help bring this facility and this opportunity to a global audience that is unmatched throughout the world. And no other gaming operator can talk to that. And we're really excited about what that could mean for the city of Chicago as we look at your millions of residents, but also the 60 million tourists that you bring here on an annual basis, and how we're really going to focus to drive and put this specific destination in partnership with Landmark and our other partners on a stage that no one else could within the universe. And we're quite excited about that. Two of the other things I just wanted to highlight, Live Nation, one of the largest entertainment companies in the world, has endorsed our bid for this project. And as we talked about the 35,000 live shows that we do on an annual basis, those represent everything, from comedy shows to the local people that we're bringing in for our Battle of the Bands, to the big headlining entertainment for people like the Rolling Stones, Metallica, Beyonce, Jay-Z, Alicia Keys, all the things that we've done in recent history. And we're excited to bring that level of entertainment to the city of Chicago. And with that, what I want to do is turn it over to John Lucas, our Chief Operating Officer, and let him talk about all the wonderful things that we've done as an award-winning company. John?
Thank you, Sean. Good afternoon, everybody. So we build these first-class quality buildings, which we like to call monuments. We put the Hard Rock brand on it. Sean just talked about how iconic the brand is and how world-recognized it is. But at the end of the day, we'll spend tens of millions of dollars marketing it, but really what brings the customer back are the team members or our employees. And so we want to take care of our employees so they take care of our guests. And you know, a lot of people talk that, and I think the slide up on the screen displays we not only talk the talk, but we walk the walk. Award-winning company. We want to be the best-in-class operator. Some of the awards that we've won that I'd like to highlight from the National Council on Problem Gambling 2020 Corporate Responsibility Award for our Players Edge program. We have a Vice President of Social Responsibility, Paul Pellizzeri, who won numerous awards in Canada. We saw him speak and interacted with him, so we felt he'd be an asset to our company. That's an important piece of who we are and what we do. A lot of Best Employer awards. One of those, Best Employers for Diversity in 2021 from Forbes. Diversity is a very important component of who we are. We didn't think we were doing well enough in this area in spite of that award, so we went out the early part of this year and hired a Senior Vice President and Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer. Her charge is really to help us to do even better in this segment. We're focused on not only a diverse workforce, but diverse vendors, diverse employee base, customer base, important focus for us. So we will continue to do that. We have a great track record in other jurisdictions on how we've done, most recently in Indiana, meeting all of our goals in this particular area. In addition, Best Employer for Women, another thing that's very important to us. We have a Women in Leadership program to help develop and grow our women within our organization. Best Large Employer, and then on the bottom right there, the first #1 casino employer 5 of the last 6 years in an industry survey that's done by 2 consulting groups, Bristol Associates and Spectrum Gaming. And then we have a proven track record. A best-in-class operator has a proven track record, and here we have done $10 billion worth, that's a B, $10 billion worth of construction and in casinos. Here's 4 examples of those: Hard Rock Northfield Park, Hard Rock Atlantic City, Hard Rock Sacramento, Hard Rock Northern Indiana, our most recent project. We've done everything from ground up, greenfield, expansions, renovations, conversions, and if you look along the chart, every one of those is on time and on budget. And more importantly, as we go into these new jurisdictions, one thing that we do is we grow the market, but more importantly, we are extremely successful in these markets. In virtually all of these, we were last into the market. And if you look at the bottom, number 1 in the state in Cleveland, which is Northfield Park, number 2 in the state in Atlantic City. Sacramento is not public information. Hard Rock Northern Indiana, in 5 months, we became number 1 in the state in revenues against a competition that were there for from 15 to 20 years, some with the largest database in the world. And we are just build first-class facilities and have team members that know how to take care of a guest. And while music is the heart of Hard Rock, philanthropy is our soul. For over 50 years, we've been consistently committed to 2 brand pillars, music and philanthropy. In 2016, we launched Hard Rock Heals Foundation, a global charity that aims to improve lives through power of music. We're committed to contributing to charitable organizations, and a few examples of those are Why Hunger, the Susan Love Foundation for Breast Cancer Research, and the Wildlife Conservation Society. But we don't just focus on global involvement and corporate involvement. We take that down to the community level. At our properties, we expect all of our senior leadership to be involved in the community. We have Culture Club, is what we call it, at the property level, that is focused on philanthropic efforts within the communities. And the senior leadership, we don't just write checks, we also give human capital to sit on boards and provide some expertise and knowledge that can be helpful in the community. An example of a public-private partnership that we had is Northern Indiana. We were partnered with the city of Gary and Lake County. We've exceeded our commitments of give back to those communities as we perform there, and it's been a great relationship, and we would expect to do something like that here in Chicago with a private-public partnership that really works well. Credit ratings. First company in the history of gaming to maintain an investment-grade rating from all 3 rating agencies. As you can see, Seminole Gaming and Hard Rock, and this has helped us to fund the $10 billion of construction and expansion dollars that we have spent, and we continue to reinvest in our properties. Now I would like to introduce Karen Freeman Wilson, who's President and CEO of the Chicago Urban League and also former mayor of Gary, Indiana. Karen.
Good afternoon. It is indeed a privilege and an honor to be a part of this team and to present before you today. Long before this RFP, Southside Works was born. And it was born not out of an effort to address gaming in the city or even development in the city, but it was born out of the realization that development in a post-pandemic, post-George Floyd era has to be done in a different way. And so as the representative of not just the Chicago Urban League, but the Black Leadership Council and the Illinois Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, I stand before you as a part of this team and as a community steward. When promises are made, there has to be someone or a mechanism or a process to ensure that promises are kept. And that's, in essence, what Southside Works is all about. What it really does is creates a community development corporation that will shepherd over $200 million in investment that will leverage another $200 million in investment that's not controlled solely by the developers, but controlled by the community partners to ensure investment along the South Side corridor and in the West Side. There's a 30% minority business enterprise participation requirement. There's a 10% women business enterprise participation requirement. And there's a build bank that allows us to help businesses remove barriers that are created by the inability to get financing, the inability to do bonding, and the inability to gain insurance. In addition to the Community Development Corporation, Southside Works creates a community training and education corporation. There is a framework to create $30 million to fund workforce development in a workforce development training center. And then lastly, there's a community investment corporation that will create the ESG bonds that I spoke about earlier that will allow us to deploy resources to both the south and west sides. I will close by saying this. The old way of doing business when you see large developments come to Chicago is to create jobs and subcontracts for a few people and philanthropy. And quite frankly, that's helped a few people. The new way of doing business is to create a table that allows for community-based organizations like ours who understand the barriers, who have seen the barriers that have been created over the course of 100 years, and to work side by side with those who are developing to remove those barriers and create opportunities, because quite frankly, that is the only way you will eliminate the racial wealth gap and remove the tale of two cities in Chicago. With that, I'm going to bring Jim Reynolds back to the podium.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Shovel ready and speed of execution. The private capital is already committed. One of our partners, and I know this group well, ULICO, Union Labor Life Insurance Company, is also one of our partners in JFK in New York, where you may have just read that Loop Capital is the first minority-owned firm twice owning, for a long-term lease, airport terminals in the United States. A $9.2 billion project that we hold 30% of the equity in. As I state here, it's our goal for minority participation on the equity in this project, and I want you to remember this number, to approach 50%, inclusive of ownership in the general partnership, which has to be a standard by anybody who wants to build a casino in Chicago. No city financing needed, no TIF. An accelerated path to close. Bob, you want to comment on that?
Thank you, Jim. As we've taken this time over the last 10, 15 minutes, the focus of this part of the presentation really has been on these 5 fundamental factors that meet what the mayor opened with today, which is how do we take this gaming asset and realize the greatest outcome from that? And it's these 5 factors. Number 1, really building a world-class destination by marrying an anchoring attraction with a major economic development initiative with an additional transportation hub, 1 million square feet of additional retail dining, entertainment attractions, well beyond what any of the other gaming proposals have proposed, financed, proven in the marketplace. Secondly, to Jim's point, a minority ownership structure comprised of 50% black, brown, minority business interests at the general partnership level. Point number 3, Hard Rock's worldwide presence stands alone among the proposers in terms of their ability to drive gaming revenue. Fourth, as Mayor Karen Freeman Wilson explained, the Southside Works program is already established in partnership through One Central with the Chicago Urban League, the BLC, the Illinois Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. It's great to talk about goals and objectives, but the fundamental point is, are the programs in place with the leadership and the community interests that have proven they can make it happen? And that's the case with Southside Works. The fifth point, speed of execution. As Jim said, we have secured and committed the capital to build a $3.8 billion civic build asset at One Central, and we have work that we have to complete with the state of Illinois to get that done. The number one question that we got back from the city in response to our proposal is, what do we do in the event that the state P3 agreement is not moving at the same pace as the city process on gaming? We do not want that issue to stand in the way of this being the opportunity to locate gaming in Chicago. And as a result of that, Loop Capital and our other investors in the civic build have made a decision that we will invest in the core infrastructure that is necessary, as you see on the slide, to allow gaming to proceed immediately. One of the advantages that we have on that table are over 3,000 sheets of drawings. The civic build has been designed. If the city determines that this is the best location for gaming, we're prepared to proceed into construction, and the financing is in place for that initial phase of the civic build. Major economic development initiatives are complicated. Oftentimes, projects like this have to be phased. And that's why today, our commitment, we want this to be clear, to the extent that this is where gaming should be located, in no way is our state P3 agreement and our state legislation going to be an impediment to driving forward with this project immediately. So those are the 5 factors that we focus on that to us are what make this one opportunity at One Central the most impactful opportunity to do what the mayor said in her opening remarks. I'll turn it over again to our partners at Hard Rock to give you a sense of the vision and the design, and then we'll close with one last point.
Thank you, Bob. Real quick, some program highlights. $1.7 billion Phase 1 investment. It'll be strategically integrated with McCormick Place, and in fact, we're in discussions to do our temporary facility either in the East Hall or the North Hall. 3,700 permanent jobs, 2,000 construction jobs, over 5,000 parking spaces, a winter garden and outdoor pavilion, entertainment experience center, rock spa. I'm going to play a video, and as that video is playing, I'll talk through a little bit more about the program summary. We expect the project to have 3,000 slots, 166 tables, with a high-limit gaming area that will include slots and tables, an Asian gaming area, up to 500 hotel rooms, with approximately 20% being suites, a 3,500-seat Hard Rock Live entertainment venue, 14 food and beverage venues. The food and beverage area is covering about 60,000 square feet. We'll have a Hard Rock Cafe and Center Bar, our Council Oak Steakhouse, a food hall, a Koro restaurant, which is our Japanese-influenced restaurant, world-renowned, our Plum Lounge for our high-level players, a Players Club and Lounge, a constant grind with hotel sundries, a hotel lobby bar. Council Oak Steakhouse will have a bar. We'll have a rooftop bar, a pool bar, a sportsbook bar, and a Hard Rock Center bar tied into the Hard Rock Cafe. In addition, we'll have, as I mentioned, a rock spa, our Body Rock Fitness, an indoor pool, and an outdoor pool and amenity area with the parking that I mentioned. We'll have a night and day club or supper club or a jazz club, still to be determined, but it will be an entertainment venue. And I think I mentioned our rock shop, which will sell our hard rock paraphernalia and memorabilia. What you're seeing on the screen is a look of, and all of these pictures are actually from existing operations, so it's not just a rendering, it is actually what the design looks like in many of our facilities. We'll have a memorabilia area that will have a Chicagoland influence for those artists that are from this particular area. We'll also have an entertainment experience center that I mentioned, which will be interactive. That is the rooftop of the podium, which has the outdoor pavilion and outdoor area. This again is an existing Hard Rock Live facility that we have. And that's certainly one of the options for design, is a guitar-shaped hotel. Sky Gaming is a private salon type experience for our high-end guests. And that's your rooftop bar. And just a couple of quick renderings. That's a quick look at the floor plan I just went through. As you can see, most of the offerings on the outside of the casino, some overlooking the lake. And that's another look of. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Bob and Jim for some closing comments.
Thank you, John. Just to close, want to circle back to really where this process started with the city and the Union Gaming study, the emphasis on a tourist-centric location. And it comes back to this point that I've continued to make throughout the presentation. How do you leverage this to create the greatest impact to the community, the greatest positive impact to the guest, and ultimately the greatest bottom line to the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois? And the path, the formula to get there is what's on the screen here. Linking together a destination attraction with major economic development that can create the amenity set that drives the bottom line. It's easy to say that any proposal will create an enhanced economic, but this is the only formula which will truly allow that result to be realized. Thank you.
Folks, please come in and take your seats. We'd like to get our program going. We are on time, and we'd like to stay that way. All set? Okay, here we go. It's time now for our third presentation of the day, and this is by a group which is 78, and they will make their presentation beginning right now. Thank you.
When I grow up, the 78 is where I'm going to get my first carpentry job.
Rivers 78 is where the best of Chicago will all come together.
Rivers 78 is going to be a local and regional destination for people to have fun.
Rivers 78 represents a terrific way to expand our hometown Rivers Casino brand family.
Rivers 78 is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to show the whole world that Chicago is the vanguard of entertainment.
The 78 is La Futura.
Rivers 78 is an opportunity to create impact.
The 78 is jobs.
Think of all the people that have worked there.
The 78, that's where I'm going to build my dream.
The 78 is going to showcase the spirit of Chicago itself and the various cultures that we have.
The 78 is going to be a great place for cheesecake.
When I'm 16, I can't wait to go to 78 and have lunch and ice cream with my friends. At 78, we'll be able to see the city from the sky. I can't wait.
Rivers 78 is the next frontier of activation, recreation, and tourism on the Chicago River. And our river community could not be more excited about it.
River 78 is a chance to do the next phase of the Riverwalk and share this with everybody.
The River 78 project, it's retail space, it's office space, it's living space, it's the riverfront like we've never seen it before.
The 78 is going to be huge for Bold Constructions, especially since we're one of the few minority firms in the city of Chicago.
The 78 is going to reimagine the way Chicagoans live in Chicago.
The 78 is for you and for me.
The 78 is a big deal for the south side of Chicago. Believe me.
This is going to change the story, and I'm glad to have a part in it.
Good afternoon. I hope that video inspires you as much as it did us. My name is Kurt Bailey. I'm the president of Related Midwest. It's an honor to be here today and share our vision for the entertainment district at the 78. I'm also honored to share the stage with these colleagues, and I'll introduce you to them in a moment. But first, I want to say that we all understand what an important day this is for the city of Chicago. This is the day you begin to make a hugely consequential decision. And that decision isn't just about a casino. It's not even about where to put a casino. It's about the future of our city and what that future looks like. It's about how our city works and who it works for. It's a decision about what our city values and what everyone in this room believes our city can be. Now, if this were just a casino, those questions might sound a little lofty, or maybe a lot lofty. But as I hope you'll hear over the next 45 minutes, our proposal is about so much more than just a casino. It's about 2.8 million Chicagoans and how we can change their lives. It's not about saying we're going to hire 7,000 people to build it and run it. It's about who we hire and how we stick with them, train them, and mentor them over time, so we don't just give people their next job, we give them a forever career. It's not just about bringing millions of tourists to Chicago, although we will do that. It's about a kid knowing she can hop on the red line at 95th or soon at 130th, and within a few minutes step off the train. head to the top of the observation tower we will build, and see her city and all the possibilities that are out there for her. It's about taking care of the thousands of city workers who dedicated their careers taking care of us and who deserve a secure financial future. It's about helping the city recover from a pandemic that hit not just downtown, but every neighborhood in Chicago extremely hard. It's about creating a place where, yes, you can visit a casino, but you can also eat an unforgettable meal by a star chef. You can kick a ball with your sons in the park, in my case, with my daughters. You can see an art installation from a local artist who's about to hit it big. You could take in a musical performance on a spring evening with the boats floating by on the river. You can have an ice cream with your kids and hop on a water taxi on a Sunday afternoon. You can come to work from the south, west, and north sides via the Red Line, Green Line, Orange Line, bus, never having to worry about having a car to get to work at the 78. You can live at the 78 in the affordable housing that we will build there. When we first considered the possibility of building an entertainment district at the 78, we got really excited because we envisioned all of these things. And we knew this site and our 30-plus years of experience doing exactly this work in Chicago and beyond was tailor-made for it. So we're not new to this, but we're also not new to this site or this idea. We've been envisioning how this site can change and create a better future for Chicagoans for 6 years. And when we looked at the RFP, we saw a one-for-one match between the city's objectives and our plans that we've been perfecting for years. Economic catalyst, architecturally significant design, iconic public spaces, live, work, play district, maximize revenues, entertainment destination, jobs for underrepresented people, foster arts and culture. All of these things were already in our plan, and we knew that we were the only group that owns the land and has a shovel-ready site. A site that is ideally positioned to support the city's other cultural institutions and attractions. On top of that, we're not just operators. We're best-in-class developers, operators, and maybe most importantly, long-term owners. So we knew in our hearts that we were the right team to get this done for Chicago. And that brings me to my colleagues on the stage. Because you can have all of the unique differentiators that the 78 offers, but you also need the team that can make it a reality. Today, we want you to meet some of the people who will design, build, and manage Rivers 78 and the Entertainment District. We want to invite you into our excitement and our vision, not just for the site, but for what this site will make possible in our collective future. So let me introduce Greg Carlin, co-founder and CEO of Rush Street Gaming, operator of the most successful casino in Illinois, as well as our partner on this proposal. Nosa Ehuema, CEO of Boa Construction, one of the city's fastest growing, maybe the fastest growing construction business, and a company Related is proud to have partnered with for years. Juan Moreno, president of JGMA, and the mastermind behind the great architecture you're going to see at our entertainment district. And Yannette Garcia, an architect, one of our best builders, and a senior project manager at Related Midwest. I also want to call out Ann Thompson today, who won't be up here on stage, but was instrumental in putting this together. So Ann, thank you for that. And many of you here have worked with her over her 30-year career and know her well. Architecture and design, very important to us. So these are the members of the team who came together to design a site that has no contemporary equal. This is a site with great history In 1929, the Chicago City Council did something incredible to make our city work better. It decided to straighten the Chicago River right at our site. It was an incredible feat of engineering that improved our economy of the city while also creating the site that we now call the 78. So 100 years later, you can again choose to do something on this site that will change the trajectory of this city. Today, the 78 is 62 acres of land, a blank canvas that will create the missing link between downtown and the south side. But it's not an isolated spot. It's connected from every angle and every mode. The L, the Metro, water taxi, walkways and bike paths, the new Wells-Wentworth connector, which opens next year, Roosevelt Road, which takes you to 9094 and the 290, and it's right down the street from DuSable Lakeshore Drive. A brand new Wells Street will connect the southern neighborhoods to the Loop. There's a CTA station just 1 block away with red, green, and orange lines, and we're planning a new red line station at 15th Street. And of course, at our site, all paths lead to the river, one of our city's most precious natural assets. Now let's take a look at the master plan. It's more than a project. It's an urban strategy for a sustainable, environmentally forward-thinking community that brings disconnected parts of the city together with a vision that can evolve into multiple phased actions. It will be a catalyst for economic, social, and urban growth for the entire city, with a collection of diverse but complementary uses that together form a mixed-use neighborhood that will inspire the future of Chicago. The entertainment district along Roosevelt Road will be anchored by the casino and a 300-key hotel and offer a rich network of both indoor and outdoor public spaces. Every great neighborhood needs a residential district, and that's what is at the heart of the 78. The Innovation District along 15th Street will be anchored by the University of Illinois-led Discovery Partners Institute, which breaks ground next year and will embed education and innovation into every aspect of the 78. The cultural ribbon is a full half-mile of waterfront promenade along the river that will always be programmed, active and inclusive. And the Harbor Hall will serve as the main public gathering place and cultural heart of the neighborhood. The Riverwalk currently stops at Lake Street, but it's designed to go to our site, where we will build the southern anchor to the Chicago Riverwalk. The programming we have planned for it and the 11 acres of open green space will keep people coming year-round. When you put it all together, you have an entirely new community with economic ripple effects that will reach into all the surrounding communities to support their residents and small businesses. As I mentioned, we own and control all of this land and have an approved PD on the site. So that's the site. Now let's take a look at the vision for the entertainment district itself. So we're going to begin at the corner of Clark Street and Roosevelt Road at our Gateway Plaza. And we're moving west here. On our right, you have our luxury 300-key hotel. And then we approach the entrance to the casino, this magnificent architectural element which kind of invites you into this spot. And as we move into the casino, you're in the Winter Garden, and you'll turn to your right and see this magnificent food hall. And then directly up the escalators that you see is the sports book, this very, very special place, the best sports book in the city you're going to want to come to. And then again, we're back in the Winter Garden, this public space, and you turn into the main gaming floor. So 3,300 gaming positions, a very special, beautiful spot you want to spend an evening. And then we come back out. So you're at Roosevelt Road height now, and you're in this Winter Garden, and you're traveling down through the Winter Garden and coming out across this brand new Wells Street and onto our Riverwalk Plaza and this incredible programming area. and then turning around and looking back at the Harbor Hall. Again, the southern anchor for this incredibly important Riverwalk in the city of Chicago. And then you'll notice to the left our crown jewel, the over 1,000-foot tall observation tower that we will build here. There's nothing like this tower in Chicago, nothing like it really anywhere in the country. You'll be able to ride to the top in a glass elevator, an Eiffel Tower for Chicago, and see the city and the entire region unfold in front of your eyes. The design is inspired by Chicago's famous bridges and features multiple observation decks. We'll offer educational programming from the Chicago Architectural Center, including a dedicated program for Chicago public schools to tell the story of the people who toiled with their hands to build Chicago from the beginning. This great structure will also honor the veterans and their contributions to our country, as well as building this great city. A visit here will be an experience that people will never forget. All experiences at the 78 will be rooted in food, art, culture, and performances that are unique to Chicago. And I'd like to take a closer look at the culinary offerings. We're featuring the best of Chicago's diverse food scene. And we already have 11 memos of understanding signed with small and locally owned businesses. Visitors can dine at Chicago originals like Gibson's, a Let Us Entertain You restaurant, or Kenki, a Chinatown favorite from Kenny Yang. Or they can head to the food hall, where Mike Moreno and his family will bring their little village-based Osito's Tap to the world stage. Try some Caribbean dishes from Raquel Field's Hyde Park-based 14 Parish. And finish with some pastries and desserts from Janelle Richmond's Bronzeville-based Emma Shea. We're also excited that the Entertainment District is where Chicago's legendary Mr. Kelly's will be reborn. Mr. Kelly's was a famous night spot on Rush Street. It launched the careers of performers like Barbra Streisand, Richard Pryor, and Bette Midler, where Ella Fitzgerald and Sarah Vaughan performed, and it's coming back to the 78. At Harbor Hall, visitors can enjoy more amazing live performances that highlight Chicago's thriving music scene. And of course, the Cultural Ribbon will feature public art, installations, pop-up experiences, and space for relaxing and gathering. I've told you the stories of the individuals we kept in our minds while building this proposal, but let's also look at the numbers, because they tell the story as well. 7 million visitors annually, a top 3 destination in the city of Chicago, over 7,000 construction and permanent jobs, $2 billion in economic investment, 25% ownership by more than 200 minority investors who are primarily Chicagoans, people who are your friends and your neighbors, many of whom are here today, and over $200 million in annual tax revenues to the city and state. But what's critical is that this opportunity to generate economic benefits and growth goes beyond just our proposal for the entertainment district. This is a chance for the city to catalyze much greater economic development through the 78, which itself is a $7 billion investment in Chicago that will drive 15,000 construction jobs, 24,000 permanent jobs, over $2.5 billion in annual economic impact, and infrastructure improvements that will open the site to the city, to the neighborhoods, and the people of Chicago. We are the only site that can deliver all of this because the 78 is more than a casino. So now we've given you an overview of the what. I'd like to turn over to Juan Moreno for a deep dive into the entertainment district and the why behind it. When choosing an architect for this project, it was important to choose someone who shared our values and whose portfolio of work exemplified design excellence. We knew early on that Juan was perfect for this. First, he's an accomplished architect globally, More importantly, he has deep roots in Chicago and significant experience transforming neighborhoods. Juan helped us assemble a team of industry experts and thought leaders, almost all of whom are headquartered in Chicago, including Ernie Wong with Site Design, Cal Barney, SOM, KPF, and the incomparable Phil Enquist. Juan and his team designed the incredible architecture you've seen, and they share our philosophy that architecture isn't just about buildings, it's about people. And placemaking isn't about places, but about the people that they bring together. Thank you. Juan?
Hopefully the mic's on and you can hear me. Gracias, Kurt, and buenas tardes. I have to first begin by saying thanks to the city for putting such an emphasis in this RFP on creating an architectural icon for our city, on design excellence, on sustainability, and I would say most importantly, a project that must fundamentally connect our city with our neighborhoods. Those are lofty goals, but if you're going to achieve them, the protagonist better be Chicago. It better be this city. And the inspiration better come from our neighborhoods. And there's no site like the 78 that can do that, a site that can uniquely connect our city center with our neighborhoods. But you don't have to look far for other forms of inspiration. We can think about the Emerald Necklace, that beautiful linkage of boulevard and park system, unlike any in the nation, that brings us together. Doesn't judge socioeconomic backgrounds. It's a unifier. Or our river, our lake, that inspired the City Beautiful movement that says, you know what, we're going to give space back to Chicagoans. We're not going to take. And transportation, that artery, that critical artery that links all of us. And as Ann Thompson would say, you better not forget about placemaking, because you have to create a sense of place that opens its arms and welcomes everybody and says, come here. The inspiration of these ideas start from the neighborhoods and start from this perspective, from the South, from the West. It's just too often when we see our skyline or we talk about redefining our skyline that we see images from the lake or from the north. Not here. The inspiration for redefining the skyline starts from the South and the West. In the work that I do in communities, I talk a lot to our youth about this importance of buildings fundamentally connecting our neighborhoods to our city and vice versa. So the site. It's a big site, bordered by the river to the west, Roosevelt to the north. You know what? It's a big building, equally large. The first step fundamentally must be give some land back. Activate that riverfront. Let's think about those ideals of City Beautiful. And then you can take that building and you can have it reach to the city and downtown and reach back to the neighborhood where architecture can be that connective tissue. Procession that's clear and welcoming. Moments of verticality that reinforce everything that I'm suggesting, that the geometries look to downtown and reflect back to the neighborhood. And then, I get it, this is a provocative design. But what I want you to understand is it's purposeful. That geometry on that Harbor Hall intentionally looks back to Pilsen and to Chinatown. So when you're experiencing that as a visitor, you reflect on our neighborhoods constantly. And then that indelible mark on our skyline, the observation tower, is there to connect our youth, our neighborhoods with our city. The programs are unique. The Harbor Hall, the casino, the marketplace, the hotel, and the observation tower. They all come together in this beautiful way of creating an entertainment district, can humbly state, unlike any other. Kurt took you through the building. I'm going to take you around the building. So let's take a walk on Roosevelt. What's a sincere urban experience feel like? What's it like to respect urban scale? You know what? Create places and spaces that access the river, that as you're walking down, you equally reflect on Chinatown and Pilsen. And then you have a riverfront. Imagine spaces like Crown Fountain. During the summer, this great gathering of youth from all over our city that capture this innocence that's so beautiful. That's the spirit of what we're going to do here. Or the cultural ribbon, as we walk from the south and walk northward. The endless programmatic opportunities that occur on this site with this activation unlike any other. Winter, summer, spring, fall, that all culminate in this observation tower. As Kurt mentioned, yeah, it's inspired by our bridges. Why? Because it's the height of innovation architecturally and engineering. But as I like to say, it's those bridges, when you see them move, they stop us in our tracks. They take our breath away. And I think in essence, that's what we're trying to do with this design. Shine a bright light on Chicago and take our breath away. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan.
Sure.
That's great. We're going to have a bit of discussion now. You can get to know some of the team members better. Greg, I'm going to start with you. You know, rivers is synonymous with building along rivers, interestingly enough. You're going to do it again here. And you're also been around for a while, operating casinos, built 6 from the ground up. I think you've just started on your 7th. Can you talk a little bit about why Rivers Rush Street is the right team for the 78 and for the city of Chicago?
So thanks, Kurt. Most of you have been to casinos, I'm sure, and you know every casino really has the same table games and slot machines. And so, how do we differentiate ourselves? What we really do is we're creating fun and memorable guest experiences. And I know that sounds simple, but it's really difficult to execute. And the two things we really focus on are the design and architecture of a property, and then our people. We always put our people first. That's really important. And so on the design side, I mean, it's if you think about going to a casino or any other kind of venue, it's the whole experience. Entering the property, whether you're parking or you're coming by public transportation, the connection to, the 78 has a great connection to the city, but all of our properties have great access, ingress, and egress. Entering the building, what's the entrance experience like? The interior architecture, what kind of feeling do you have when you walk into the space? The food and beverage is super important. We really pride ourselves on having great restaurants. I mean, that's why really all of our casinos perform ahead of their fair shares of the market. And then the people themselves, our team members, we really pride ourselves on treating our team members really well. I mean, we've been voted a best place to work in every one of our casinos. And here, our property and displays has actually been awarded by the Chicago Tribune 8 times the Best Place to Work award. Most recently, we were ranked in the large employer group. We were ranked 6 out of 28 folks that they named in the list. So we're really proud of that. And that's super important because if you have happy team members, you have happy customers.
That's amazing. We got to work on that at Related. We haven't done that 8 out of the last 10 years. NOSA. 8 years we've been working on this stuff together. So I think we started on Lathrop, and then it was this incredible library we built on Taylor Street, where you were the prime on that, and then the other Roosevelt project we're about to start on, and now we got a 500-foot tall high-rise we're building in Fulton Market together. I mean, it's been an incredible growth of both our companies together to do that. Can you talk about that journey?
Yeah, Kurt, we got to be precise though, right? I mean, it's our first high-rise in the city. It's 496 feet to be specific.
Round up.
It has been 8 years, and it's been a heck of a journey, building capacity, working as a prime. But in Chicago in general, we've done work in aviation, healthcare, throughout the entire city, building capacity and growing our organization. And rarely do you have an opportunity to stand on your own as an African American or Hispanic, Juan, to be a prime. Historically, when you see big developments and major projects like this come out, they usually find a majority-owned firm first, and then there's sort of the identify the women and minority-owned firms to put on the team, the check-the-box process, right? This is different. We've been engaged for over a year with the related and development team, Juan and his team, engaging in the logistics planning, scheduling, laying out the site, where's the hotel gonna be, how we're gonna construct the seawall, where's the observation deck gonna be, how we're gonna get trucking in and around the site. That's real inclusion. That's real impact, right? We're as an organization, I pride ourselves, we're here to disrupt an industry, and we've been doing that in and around the city of Chicago. And don't mistake it, this opportunity and this team is going to continue doing that. But listen, it's not just about BOA Construction. It's about many of the other women and minority-owned firms that get marginalized and don't get the opportunity to be in a position as a prime. Firms like Blackwood, Millhouse, Livewire, Rad Electric, firms that are committed to our team and looking forward to partnering on this project. Kurt, that's the journey we've been on.
No, I have to just echo your comments quickly, Nosa. It is rare in this industry, speaking from this Latino, to be given the keys and say, drive this, lead us. And it's also refreshing, Kurt, thank you, that you bring us to the table from day one, and I don't find myself in a situation where I'm saying, well, what piece of the puzzle?
Right.
Is this a real dignified role or
Right.
not? Those conversations didn't need to take place. Nope. You saw the innate ability and you're given a chance, not just as an architect, but I'll also add that I've been given a chance as an owner here. And this is the first time in my career that somebody has reached out to me and say, Juan, we want you to have ownership in this. Those are game changers.
Doesn't that feel good?
It does.
Invest,
that's well
participate in inclusion.
Absolutely.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, I think the result, when we look at that architecture, Juan, speaks for itself. I mean, it's amazing. So, Yannette,
Yeah.
So Nosa talked a little bit about checking the box. We have been working hard in all these neighborhoods in Chicago for years now. And how do we, when we get to do this huge project, approach equity and inclusion, and how do we reach out and make changes in Chicago doing this?
Sure. But first, let me start off by saying that I'm so excited to be back here at UIC, my alma mater, born, raised, and educated in the city of Chicago. And I've stayed here, because this is home. This is our city. And because of that, we've been intentional in how we build communities across the city of Chicago. And so what does intentional look like? What does that mean? It's taking 21 first contracts and providing them to minority and women-owned businesses. Is developing relationships for over 15 years with community-based organizations and businesses, and doing that with the full intention to lead them from the beginning of their project to the end of the project, right? And mentor them through that process. Because at the end of the day, their success is our success. And so we look at this. Sorry, I'm getting a little hot here because it's, this is some great stuff that we're doing here. That's right. Yeah. And so this mentorship program that we've been working on for many years, Deborah Whitaker at Hire 360 is now running. And so you can't talk about equity and diversity, Kurt, without inclusion. That's right. And so Related Midwest, for the first time, has created a program that is unparalleled to everybody else, which is our Community Inclusion Council. And as a private developer, we said we're going to bring together these different organizations like the Federation of Women Contractors and HACIA and ACA, who's going to guide us and lead us and who's going to hold us accountable to make sure that we do what we say we're going to do. And so what that looks like is that we've already had 30+ community-based meetings. And so what really sets us apart from everyone else here today is that we've taken all these programs and all these initiatives and put them together into what we call our Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Directive. And that's a directive that says on every single project that we work on, from the beginning with Juan in architecture, all the way through construction with Nosa, that we will purposefully look for opportunities for contracting minorities and women and veteran-owned businesses on those projects. And so this is not something that's aspirational or something that we're trying to figure out within the last 6 weeks. We've been doing this for years. And so the magic behind all of this, right, the power behind our EDID is that we have collected now over 100 different companies that have signed up to this edict and said we are going to change how the city works, we're going to transform our industry. And these are companies that are big and small, minority and otherwise. And so really right now, we're just getting started, because this is how you break barriers, this is how you change our communities. And so what's great about all of this is that our energy and our synergy in the work that we do is very much aligned with Rush.
Yeah, I just want to make one point, and that is, I'm very proud of Rush Street's our reputation and our programs for diversity and inclusion. I think it was mentioned earlier, over about 50% of our team members across all of our properties are people of color. And here in Des Plaines and in Philadelphia, the percentage is actually 60%. So we're very committed to that.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, and we're aligned in lots of ways, Greg. One is, as opposed to almost everyone else in the development community, we are builders and holders of real estate. So we look at things differently when we go to build something. Rush Street is the same. They're long-term owners of real estate. So when we look at this site, Juan, and I'll ask you about this, right. We're worried about what it's going to look like 5 years, 25 years from now, these long-term, and so the legacy of it and how that works. This site has served as kind of what I refer to as the hole in the donut, kind of restricting transportation, communication, equity going from downtown down into the neighborhoods. So how do we take architecture and utilize that to solve all those problems?
First, I have to say, Kurt, it's refreshing as an architect to work with a client and not have to define what design excellence means. It's in your DNA, and that's refreshing for all of us because we know it's fundamentally important to create real equity in design where neighborhood and city have to come together and coalesce. And I want to share, just for the community out there, there is a piece missing here. I know there have been over 30 community engagement efforts on the 78, but on this project, that's still a part of this. Your voice matters to us, community, and you will play an active part. And I want to make sure that everybody knows this isn't baked. This is a moment in time. It's today. But as we talk about real equity, the voice of the neighborhood and the community will play a role in this design.
No question.
Juan, I couldn't agree more. This certainly is the best site for the city of Chicago. I mean, who are we kidding, right? So when we talk about the site, I think about the workforce. I think about the construction worker that's coming out to the site and the ability to get there. And so this site is so incredibly connected with all these different modes of transportation. And so when we look at the ability to get to work, sometimes one of the hardest things to do is be able to get to work, right? Transportation can be a hurdle for someone. And so being able to connect people at this site is incredibly important. And so as we think about those connections in the red line, let's think about the red line extension down to 130th, right? And being able to bring the workforce from here back to our communities, back to our neighborhoods. And so those connections get us over to Kennedy King College, who we've been working with for many months about their curriculum and ability to train and get people prepared for the hospitality industry and food and beverage. And so really at the end of the day, Juan, what you said is right. This is much bigger than a casino. This is really the runway for the 78 to be able to create a catalyst as a city, a community of opportunity, and really community wealth. That's what we're getting to, is creating community wealth. Thank you.
I love that, Yannette. Runway. So NOSA, speaking of runways, we got a giant project here, top 3 destination in the city of Chicago, couple million square feet, a massive project. So how is this a team that can get this built?
Speaking of runway, spent a lot of time at Ohio State on the track and field runway, being a Big Ten champion and All-American. I know a little bit about being on a team. Any track folks out there, you know what I'm talking about. You know what? We've been put in a position, honestly, to lead this construction team. And when we looked at what we could do as an organization, we brought Pepper Construction to the team. We decided on partnering with Pepper based on their casino experience and also included Blackwood Construction, a Hispanic-owned firm. Rarely is that ever done. When you think about the opportunity of this particular site, it's a shovel-ready site. It's owned by the development team. That means we can start construction right away. And we're builders. We want to get started right away. We have over 1.5 million square feet of construction that we're going to put in place. Over 10,000 tons of structural steel will be installed on this site. We have an opportunity to create 15,000 jobs. 15,000 jobs in our communities. Over $2 billion of work, of community investment to reduce poverty in our communities, the black and brown communities, the south and west sides of our city. That's what this is about. It's not just about jobs. Folks talk about jobs all the time. Let's start talking about careers. Let's start talking about careers in construction management, project management, superintendent, engineering, having executive positions in constructions, and also having pipe fitters, electricians. Those are also very important in our industry. You know what? I thought about this a lot. This is home for us.
That's right.
We're the best team.
That's right.
You know why? This team wasn't put together in 30 days. You can't put together a game-changing plan for Chicago in 30 days. It just can't happen, right? When you think about the economic impact that we can have, the jobs that we can create, specifically that supports the Chicago COVID recovery plan that our city needs. I mean, look right now, our cases are rising crazy.
That's right.
Again, Chicago is home, people. This is our home. Folks come into our communities all the time. I've seen it. I'm on the south side of Chicago. Make promises that they can't keep. Make commitments that they don't meet. Well, guess what? This team, we're from home. We're from right here, Chicago. We're going to make promises. We're going to meet those commitments. Because honestly, I might run into one of you guys in the local grocery store. Seriously.
That's right.
And that's what happens, and that's what it means, Kurt. That's why we're the right team.
I'm ready to get started. No, sir. I want to wrap up with a question to everybody. I mean, there are so many amazing challenges ahead of building a project like this, but also incredible opportunities. And so I want to ask each panel member, what are you most excited about building the entertainment district at the 78?
Wow, there's a lot of things that get me excited, but first and foremost, I always remember, soy inmigrante. I wasn't born here, but my firm was. I'm on this stage in front of all you with the chance of a lifetime. There's no way to hide those feelings in those words. I'm a man of history. I think about the Columbian Exposition, a moment in time architecturally that shared this bright light on this city, and we have this chance again. And I want to be a part of it.
Awesome. Greg?
So Kurt, over the past 25 years, I've had the privilege of building 6 ground-up casino developments. And we're building our 7th right now. I've seen firsthand how the impact these projects have had in their local communities, and I'm really excited to do that right here in Chicago. And I wanted to make one last point that Neil made earlier, actually, which is I think it's very important for the selection committee, who's going to pick who their operator is of this project, to really go to the properties of each of the applicants and see them with their own eyes. Talk to the people in the community, talk to the elected officials, talk to the team members, and really get a feel for each of the operators.
Excellent. Yanette?
So one of the things that I'm most excited about is really looking at what happens at this site. What does it inspire, right? What are the new businesses that get started at the 78, at the entertainment district at the 78? You know, what are the careers that are happening? What are the architects that are going to be inspired, right? The contractors, the project managers. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm excited to see. And most importantly, I'd want to get these 100 people, these 100 companies plus, right? Because they're still coming in this morning. And see how we can really transform our industry and transform them. So you can find all of these people on our website today and see who they are. And selfishly, one of the things I'm personally excited about is to have my daughter's quinceañera there. Why not? So.
Well, we got to get started then. Nosa.
You know, Kurt, you mentioned that kid. I think about that kid jumping on a red line, from the south side of Chicago, taking the train to the 78 site, walking a few feet, taking the elevator, glass elevator up the observation deck, 1,000 feet in the sky, right there. As he glances at our city and our skyline, someone leans in and says, "You know someone that looks like you built that."
That's right.
That's what I'm looking for. And that's what I want to make happen, Kurt.
Let's do it. As I want to say thank you so much from all of us, but from everyone up here, but for all of the extremely talented, driven people at Related and Rush Street that worked so hard to put this together. We say thank you. And we also want to point out that, as Nosa spoke about, we are here. We will be here. We care so much about the legacy of this. This is our community, and we want to build something great that has ripple effects throughout our city that are positive. So again, thank you for the opportunity. We look forward to working with you and building at the 78.
We are winding down, so thank you so much for your attention so far. You've been great. I'm going to now ask Sue Kim to come join us. She is chairman of the board for the Bally's Tribune and McCormick presentation. Sue?
Yeah. Hey, how are you? Great. Well, good afternoon. Oh. Good. All right. Well, good afternoon, Mayor Lightfoot, Aldermen, and the citizens of Chicago. My name is Sue Kim, and I'm the chairman of Bally's Corporation. I am joined today here with our colleagues, including our president, George Papineer, our vice president of operations, Paul Giuliano, Tracy Wiley, our director of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and Chris Jewett, our Director of Corporate Development. Also joining us today is Kelly Powers-Berea, who is here to represent the Community Builders Collective, and Peter Reinhofer from our traffic consultant, V3. For many years, the City of Chicago has hoped for a casino of its own, one that would help keep gaming revenues and the excellent jobs that come with it right here in the city. And we are here to answer the call. And we're pleased to present not just a single proposal, but two fantastic solutions for the city to choose from. But first, I want to introduce our company, Bally's.
We are Bally's, a global leader in gaming and entertainment. Getting bigger, better. With an eye on today and a vision for tomorrow, Bally's is flourishing at every touch point. An omni-channel enterprise that reaches audiences around the globe. And now, we've got our eye on the real prize. A world-class masterpiece planned for a world-class city. Bally's Chicago Casino Resort. A destination that will stand alone as the hallmark for big-time gaming and entertainment, perfectly blending with the fabric of a famous, attractive, and energetic metropolis. Yes, we have casinos in Atlantic City and soon in Las Vegas. Yes, we have built casinos from the ground up, and revitalize successful properties across the country. But Chicago will be our flagship, our marquee experience. Ultimately, it will be the casino that is the envy of every other big city in America. Everyone everywhere who connects with the Bally brand of entertainment will want to come to Chicago because Chicago, well, it speaks for itself. We see unlimited potential in this opportunity, and we have no doubt that Bally's Chicago will live up to your exceptional reputation.
As one of the fastest growing casino companies in America, we have grown from a single property in Rhode Island to over 16 casinos today. Today, we boast the third most extensive footprint of U.S. casino companies. And we're also ready for the future and have a large international online gaming business, and we are absolutely prepared to take advantage of the sports betting opportunity. Our belief in both the traditional business as well as the online gaming business is our key differentiator. But it's our belief in traditional casinos that brings us here today. We are looking to build a flagship property that will reintroduce the Bally brand to America. Chicago would make sense by most measures anyway, but for us, there's something more. Our namesake, Bally Manufacturing Company, was actually founded right here in Chicago almost a century ago, building the first pinball and carnival machines for the Midway. We are bringing Bally's home, and are we ever? This will be our most important property at the center of our portfolio of properties, a property worthy of encouraging all of our players in our database to come visit. And I believe this presentation will show you our commitment to delivering on this promise.
Bally's has a coast-to-coast portfolio of casinos, hotels, restaurants, live and online sports betting, and iGaming. And we're underway with our national rebranding, which will tie all of our assets together by the end of 2022. Our Bally's casino portfolio ranks as the third largest casino footprint in the United States, with over 16 casinos operating in 15 states, including the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, which we own and operate in Biloxi, Mississippi. We employ over 10,000 people and possess a database of over 20 million customers. Bally's is a world-class operator. We take pride in our operations, and it shows. Having a number of our casinos voted by our peers as the best casino in their respective markets. And interestingly enough, we had our own Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Biloxi, Mississippi, voted by Hard Rock International for 2 years in a row as the best run Hard Rock Casino. I'm just as proud to say that our chairman, Sue Kim, who is integral to Bally's success, was just selected as the Global Gaming Awards American Executive of the Year, and he will now explain why you should bet on Bally's.
So why Bally's Casino? The quantum of our investment, the economic value that this will bring, a casino owned by the community, built by the community, and one with no conflicting interests. My colleagues will elaborate on each of these reasons why Bally's is the right choice for Chicago. But I want to point out something about our company that is not in these slides. We are a New York Stock Exchange listed company with a multi-billion-dollar market cap, and that gives us the financial wherewithal to pay for all this development. But getting things done right is not just about how much money you bring to the table. The city needs to know who we are, and because it is because who we are that it should give the city the confidence that we will meet our commitments. Right from the top, 4 of our 9 directors are women or minorities. This is who we are, and this flows through our management and through all of our associates. These commitments that we make to the community, we're about to make to the community, we make not because we're checking proverbial boxes, because this is how we do business. And I want you to understand that the many commitments that we are making, such as the ones on inclusion, are all floors and not ceilings.
Chicago is the perfect city for us to position this property as the centerpiece of our national portfolio, and it will be built, owned, and operated by Chicagoans. We view this as a tremendous cross-marketing opportunity that will be very attractive to over 20 million customers in our regional and international databases. Unlike our competitors in this process, we have zero conflict, given our closest owned and operated property is over 180 miles away in Rock Island, Illinois, while both our competitors have casinos properties within 35 miles and one only 17 miles away, which will pull customers as a result of the funding through reduced taxes from gaming receipts away from Chicago. Bally's is making a significant commitment to the Chicago market. Our project commitment offers a $1.6 billion investment that takes a measured approach through the phasing of this project. Our offer has you considering two distinct sites that are currently underutilized. We believe both sites are economic sleeping giants, and we are ready to leverage our over 20 million customer database to drive tourists to what will be our flagship property in Chicago. We know Chicago is globally recognized, and so is our Bally's brand. Now let me turn it over to Chris to walk you through the value that we can create.
We are going to be a partner of the city and fully engaged in the community. Our significant upfront investment substantiates that philosophy. It is meant to express our interest in becoming a long-term community member. We've committed up to $50 million in unrestricted upfront payments to the city. No other bidder has done that. The project programming is nearly identical on the Tribune and McCormick sites, providing for upwards of 18,000 construction jobs, 2,000 permanent jobs, and more than 4.5 million annual visitors a year, which will equate to over $4.5 billion in annual economic impact that will be felt across the city. We've also incorporated a multi-million-dollar annual payment to the city to help fund public safety and public works that's proposed in our host community agreement. We plan to work hand in hand with the city on this project. It is being built for the community.
We think about the community here in Chicago. We thought about construction management partners, and we instantly knew we had an opportunity. We had an opportunity to demonstrate Bally's core values. We got on the phone and started making some phone calls. Pretty soon we had 9 different construction management firms lined up, and we're creating the Chicago Community Builders Collective, one of the largest and most powerful minority-led construction management firms in the history of Chicago. We couldn't be prouder to be involved in that partnership. And here's how we did it. Before that, we started making phone calls, we started learning the market and understanding where we are in Chicago. We were constantly pointed to the Obama Presidential Center and the alliance that made up the construction management team there. In fact, several of our partners are from that same makeup. We're listening and we're sincere in everything we do with DEI inclusion. I'd like to now ask Tracy to speak a little bit more specifically about our commitments for this particular project. Tracy.
Thank you, Paul. As Bally's Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, I'm really elated to display our commitment to equity investment, minority-led partnership, and community collaboration for this project. Bally's has engaged a broad base of Chicagoans. We believe that this world-class casino is deserving of an ownership group that is representative of your community. So Bally's goal is to exceed the requirements of the RFP. The city's goals are for minority investment at 20%, and Bally's goal is at 25%. The city has a goal of 32% for design and construction, and Bally's goal, as you can see, is at 46%. And we will deliver on the goal of 30% by engaging our community and business partners to identify all of our local service providers. We are ready to play, and we're looking forward to working with the community on getting to these goals.
We will have a platform to benefit local businesses, so we will create a virtual store where players and guests will be able to view participating local businesses and their products through a virtual mall inside our casino. as well as a virtual store that can be easily accessible from a mobile device. We'll provide various local businesses greater visibility for their businesses while adding versatility of rewards to our casino customer. We felt it was important for the community to have a way to participate in our project, and this rewards program will allow local small businesses to become part of this fabric of our loyalty and rewards program. Local restaurants, diners, hair salons, dry cleaners, for example, can sign up to receive this additional business, which also allows us to add variety to our benefits that we're currently offering to our customers. Local businesses will benefit from the advertising of our customer database. This is an awareness that most of these small businesses can't normally afford. We estimate that the economic benefit of these local rewards can add up to $30 million in economic impact, as well as new jobs to the local market. So let me take you through our Bally's Casino Resort, which we believe is an economic sleeping giant. Our proposal has you considering two distinct sites that are currently underutilized. We think both sites are magnificent, but we believe the city should decide. The McCormick marshalling site is literally a parking lot for tractor-trailer trucks sitting on a prime piece of real estate near the lakefront, generating zero tax revenue for the city. The Tribune site effectively houses a warehouse with a printing press located on a prime piece of riverfront that we can expand on to continue the growing beautification of the Chicago Riverwalk, which is already accessible by public transportation. This project offers something for everyone. A state-of-the-art destination casino hotel with restaurants, entertainment options that will showcase the best of Chicago, and we'll have something for everyone to enjoy. We will offer a 4-tier loyalty card program that will be tied to the local small businesses with the introduction of what will be a heavily promoted community-first Bally's reward system. Now I'll turn it over to Paul, who will continue to take you through what will be our flagship property.
Thanks, George. So speaking of something for everyone, when we thought about Bally's Chicago, we got to ask ourselves a really fun question. What are we going to eat? And in Chicago, with world-class dining on seemingly every corner of the city, we knew we had to come big and raise the bar. So again, we made some inroads and partnerships. We're partnering with Chef Eric Williams, James Beard Award nominee in Virtue Restaurant and Bar. We're also partnered with Chef Paul Kahan, James Beard award-winning chef of One Off Hospitality. Our food and beverage experience is curated with these individuals side by side. In our first phase of development, our temporary facility will offer a sneak peek of things to come. In our first phase, 5 destination dining outlets. In our second phase, we'll bring 10 destination food and beverage experiences to our customers. Some of the highlights you'll see: a signature steakhouse by Chef Eric Williams, the first of its kind in Chicago. A modern expression of a diner, a 3-meal version by Paul Kahan. Picture Blackbird meets Dove's Luncheonette. We know that resonates with Chicagoans. And then Bally's Sports Bar, Book and Grill, leveraged with Paul Kahan's food in a big star version of his concept, which is hotter than hot in the city of Chicago. Wrapped with Bally's immersive sports entertainment, that's the place to watch a game, no question. And then we're really excited about the food hall, which we'll introduce as well. Bally's will offer a food hall with the experience curated again by our chef partners, highlighting local, up-and-coming chefs. They might not have had a chance to have their own storefront just yet, but they'll establish a residency in Bally's, and we'll all win through our hearts, minds, and stomachs. We're thinking of everything when we talk about food and beverage for Bally's Chicago. And it continues on in entertainment. Bally's has a rich history in offering great entertainment. In our first phase of development, we'll take advantage of our campus and offer seasonal, flexible outdoor space for 500 to 1,000 customers to enjoy live entertainment. We'll leverage yet another partnership with improv troupe The Second City, where we can have more intimate, more spontaneous, and steady streams of entertainment happening all the time. In our next phase of development, we had a 70,000 square foot theater for 3,000 customers. That space can be used for meetings, events, trade shows, and we'll leverage Bally's extensive lineup of headline entertainment to give customers exactly what they want in the city of Chicago. For sports enthusiasts, we have that too. We've already mentioned Bally's Sports Bar, Book and Grill, the place for immersive sports entertainment. And in our second phase of development, we add an iconic Chicago Sports Museum, celebrating with memorabilia and moments the rich history of Chicago sports, of which there is quite a bit. And we're covering the fine arts crowd too. Partnered with Immerse Agency, who's put out exhibits like Mummies of the World, Body Worlds, and Titanic, we'll offer world-class exhibitions. We'll also install a permanent iteration of a virtual reality experience, the best in class, activating 4 of the 5 senses and offering, again, amenities for customers that are coming for other reasons than gaming. This is an experiential property, a destination property, and one that we know Chicago will be extremely proud of.
I want to spend a few moments to walk through what we are viewing as our phased approach. We came up with this in response to the city's stated objective to achieve speed, certainty, and revenue maximization. First, because we own the casino on Rock Island, Bally's is already known to the Illinois Game Board, so we don't imagine that these approvals will be a gating item. If selected, we would look to activate a temporary facility as quickly as possible. We have an option on an empty building on the Tribune Publishing campus that is ready to go. It is possible to do this within a year, subject to the remainder of the regulatory and community approval processes. After that, we would start work on the selected site of our permanent facility. We believe phase 1 will cost approximately $1 billion and take 3 years. The second phase would take approximately an additional $600 million and should be complete within a year and a half of that. This phased approach delivers the most gaming revenues to the city and state as quickly as possible, while allowing us to build the project entirely with internally generated funds. That maximizes the certainty that we will meet our development commitments. And speaking of revenue maximization, we highlighted it in our proposal how excited we would be to operate gaming machines at the airports. With almost 90 million annual passengers flowing through the airports, it's a massive opportunity to offer customers entertainment options while generating revenues for the city of Chicago. We look forward to engaging with the airport authorities and all of the stakeholders there. And following those discussions, we believe that we could very well raise the number of game positions, which is about 4,300 that is in our current proposals. Again, the concept being floors and not ceilings.
Now to lead into a little bit about our diversity and community focus. Our approach to minority ownership in this project is consistent with our approach throughout the RFP response: diversity, equity, inclusion, and building generational wealth. 25% of this project will be owned by minorities and women. We have a broad and diverse group of investors ranging from philanthropists to small business owners. Our equity commitments at this time are north of $150 million. Another unique aspect of our bid is that we plan to utilize a crowdfunding raise, which will be allocated to investors in the community in which we operate. For investors such as yourselves can have a piece of Bally's Chicago for just as little as $250. This is the very definition of inclusion. Bally's Chicago will be owned by the community.
The Bally's commitment extends to hiring and workforce development across our enterprise, and it is a key priority for us. We also know that Chicago has a strong and skilled workforce. Our goal is to leverage the hometown base with career opportunities at all levels. Our hiring goals extend to 45% for minorities, 45% for women, 5% for veterans, and 5% for people with disabilities. More than 50% of our workforce enjoys salaries of $50,000 plus annually, with equally competitive 401k and medical benefit packages. Career advancement opportunities, training and tuition reimbursements are also a part of our culture. We are continuing our conversations with city colleges and universities to support internships and strategic development of the curriculum in hospitality and entertainment. One of our primary goals, as we understand is also the city's goals, is to hire Chicago residents. We want to stimulate the community and economic development and create a pipeline for future workforce and entrepreneurial opportunities. Forming alliances with strategic partners has already begun. As soon as we're selected, ongoing collaboration citywide will be elevated. I will personally lead an advisory council to ensure that we continue to leverage opportunities, mitigate key concerns throughout this project. In every city where we have a casino, we recognize that community begins with partnerships and are the catalyst in the ecosystem for successful cities. It was my pleasure to meet with a number of groups prior to this day and meeting all of you. I met Karen Freeman Wilson, the president of the Chicago Urban League, earlier last month. And we recognize that the Urban League's longstanding commitment to workforce development and its history-making leadership in Chicago is second to none. We're confident that this type of partnership and other partnerships like this will enhance our strategies for building a strong network of ready workers. I personally have a 13-year history with the National Minority Supplier Development Council and 7 years in state government, and look forward to building relationships with the Chicago Minority Supplier Development Council, state government, and city leaders. We are seeking the invaluable support of community in order to get the best of Chicago's minority businesses and corporate support. Our conversations with Access Living provided meaningful recommendations to ensure that we meet and exceed ADA recommendations and requirements in design, construction, and transportation enhancements, all of which we know is important to people with disabilities. Local chambers and affinity groups like the Illinois State Chamber of Commerce, Hispanic Pro, and Black Men United are key contributors to the work that we'll do as we raise the community.
So as you all know, Chicago is a labor-friendly town. You may not know, but Bally's is a labor-friendly company. It's a perfect match. We have a long-standing history with organized labor, with relationships that span over 20+ years. Anecdotally, the Rhode Island AFL-CIO gave us a letter of support as part of our pursuit of this project. That's a true testament to the partner that we are and that the trust that we have from our partners. We currently have 5 properties in 4 states that cover 20 union contracts, and soon we'll have 6 more upon the close of our Las Vegas property. Our company is well versed in project labor agreements, as 3 of our recent large-scale projects were completed under PLAs. We plan to do so here as well.
Well, at Bally's, we take responsible gaming very seriously, and we're a gold standard member of the National Council on Problem Gambling, as well as a member of the Responsible Gaming Association. We participate in various states' problem gambling associations throughout our portfolio of properties in the United States. A good example is what we do in Rhode Island, where we have 2 of our casinos. Since operations commenced in the state, we have contributed over $1.25 million to the programs. We're also committed to training our customer-facing employees in prevention and identifying those individuals that we feel have a problem with gambling that we can direct to materials that we have on site. We also participate in outreach, data collection, and reporting to the state agencies, which provide the state with real-time data so that they can react to any potential problems. Now I'm going to hand it off to Paul to talk about the Chicago Community Builders Collective.
Thanks, George. We've already spoken a lot about diversity, equity, inclusion, responsibility. Again, the moral fiber of Bally's is real, and the Chicago Community Builders Collective is one that we're very proud of. But it's not just me to speak about it. I think it's more important that you hear it from Kelly Powers-Berea of Powers & Sons to tell you about what it means to her and, frankly, what it means to Chicago. Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you. 8 minority-owned firms and Gilbane partnered together to form the Chicago Community Builders Collective, or as we like to call ourselves, the CCBC. We are a minority-led joint venture. That means that the minority-owned firms collectively have a majority share in our partnership. Our joint venture includes Black, Hispanic, Asian, and women-owned Chicago contractors and consultants, each bringing our own unique perspective. We each understand the challenges of seeking meaningful opportunities as a minority-owned business. We each understand the challenges of building large, complex projects in Chicago. And we each understand the systemic challenges that have hindered the development of a diverse workforce and the changes that we need to make in order to overcome them. We partner with Bally's because we believe in their commitment to give a seat at the table for minority and women-owned businesses as contractors, as well as minorities and women as investors. We have an opportunity here to really be engaged in a significant way. As was mentioned earlier, 3 of the firms in the CCBC, Powers & Sons, Ujamaa, and Brown & Moman, are also a part of the construction management team that is building the Obama Presidential Center. We've been working together there for 4 years now, working to transform the paradigm for how large projects get built in the city of Chicago. And we had hoped, we continue to hope, to inspire other projects and those teams on those projects to approach construction differently. And I hope that the CCBC coming together on the Bally's Chicago project is a sign that that transformation really is indeed happening, as our minority-led joint venture could potentially be the first to build a new casino in the country, the first minority-led construction management team to build a new casino in the country. And I hope for one that that transformation happens and is sustainable. So I'm happy to be here today to represent the CCBC, but as you can see from the photos, I have a lot of other partners, and I'd really like for you to have the opportunity to hear from them and their thoughts on the Bally's Chicago team in this video.
Bally's has brought together a succinct team of key individuals that know the community. We are part of the community.
8 contractors that have come together. That's history. That has never happened before.
These are not folks that are going to sacrifice who they are just to get a project.
I don't think we've seen this many firms of this caliber on a private project in the city of Chicago ever.
So what we see in Bally's is what we see in another project we're working on in the city. It's the Obama Presidential Library. And it is when the ownership actually believes in diversity.
The goals are above and beyond the city goals. And the idea that minority and women firms create the majority of the construction portion, I think, again, is unique.
We talked about employment, boots on the ground. That's what most community members are looking for. They're looking for a workforce that looks like the city of Chicago.
And having an opportunity to be involved from the beginning is really something that can offer a transformative construction project experience for us as a growing minority business.
We're talking about community engagement up front. We're talking about bringing individuals from high school to talk about, jobs post-construction.
Kids in high school, get them jazzed up and excited about careers in construction. And then we have the opportunity to capture them into workforce training programs, to move them all the way through trade apprenticeships, just because of the long span of the project.
They're making this their flagship, Bally's, Chicago, which means that they are truly invested in making this work.
Their bid it includes all these different firms, not just for construction, but in terms of equity partners and in terms of, revitalization of neighborhoods and workforce development, so all the different facets that go into it.
It's felt genuine to me from the beginning.
They've backed everything up they've said so far.
I'm excited, let's go.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop with our construction management firms. It doesn't stop at who Bally's is today. And it doesn't stop with the folks that will ultimately work at Bally's Chicago. If you're a Chicagoan in the room, no doubt you recognize the name of the firms on the screen before you here. Bally's Chicago will be built in Chicago, by Chicago, and for Chicago. Also denoted on this sheet you'll see with a yellow dot or a blue dot indicative of minority-owned or women-owned business enterprises. Our commitments run deep, and they're sincere. Now I'd like to take you a little bit through some of the physical buildings that'll make up the proposal for Bally's Chicago, starting with our temporary facility. Just north of West Chicago Avenue, we have a site and an existing building that can be repurposed and house the program for a temporary facility with 500 slot machines, 25 table games, access points that require very little upfront development for us here, and we can get in quickly and we can get moving and earning tax revenue for the city, for the state. The parking on the site is ample on a typical business day, and in the event of compression, Bally's will operate a courtesy shuttle and take advantage of the downtown location to all the nearby facilities. Looking south at our program, we're nestled against the Chicago River, and we're happy to be repurposing an existing building, and we're happy to be part of all the wonderful amenities that the downtown offers. But then we start to get really excited when we consider the potential at the Tribune site. Of course, it'll be a LEED Gold construction, but one of the hallmarks of this site is that we have the ability to extend the Riverwalk north further than it's ever been. Outlined here in red, Bally's controls 31 acres for development of the Tribune site. Outlined in blue is additional space for laydown, circulation, overflow parking, and future development. And by the way, we've already committed a $25 million upfront, unrestricted payment to the city to start this economic engine and get going as soon as possible. We recognize that Bally's Chicago at the Tribune site is part of a multimodal, porous cityscape, and we know we're going to make significant improvements because this has to work for Chicago and it has to work for Bally's. So I'd like to invite Peter Reinhofer of V3 to talk about some of those commitments and improvements that Bally's will make. Peter.
We know that any new development in the city of Chicago comes with concerns about traffic, and we look forward to working with the city and the local neighborhoods to develop a transportation plan that will try to improve the local transportation network with some much needed infrastructure improvements. Since this is a transit-rich area, we plan to promote transit and other non-vehicular modes of travel to reduce the amount of traffic traveling to and from the site for both employees and patrons. Within 1/2 mile of the site are CTA rail stations along the Blue Line, Brown Line, and Green Line. There are also numerous bus routes along the area, and in particular along Halsted Street and Chicago Avenue, that provide direct transit access to this site. Additionally, there's also a water taxi stop at Chicago Avenue and the Chicago River, immediately east of the site, that serves the downtown area and the major rail hubs, as well as the local neighborhoods to the north and south. Vehicular access to the entertainment district will be provided by a new 4-lane roadway that will travel from Chicago Avenue south to Grand Avenue. New traffic signals will be installed at both ends of this new roadway. Additionally, a number of signalized intersections in the area will be modernized or retimed to improve the efficiency of the local roadway network. Access to the parking garage, which will be provided at the northwest portion of the site, will be provided by driveways connecting to the new north-south roadway, as well as a new right-in only driveway on Halsted Street. A pickup and drop-off area will be located near the primary entrance for the entertainment district at the north end of the site. Additional short-term parking will be provided along the new north-south roadway for the transportation network providers, such as Uber and Lyft, to pick up and drop off patrons of the site. And finally, a water taxi stop will be located along the new Riverwalk that is being proposed as part of this development. I'd like to hand it back over to Chris to continue the discussion.
Thanks. So we conducted an independent market study to understand the potential revenue generation and visitation for both sites. At the Tribune site, the Chicagoland market is expected to grow incrementally in the future by roughly $1.1 billion. Of that, gross gaming revenue is estimated to be approximately $880 million in Phase 2 at the Tribune site. The heat map on the slide shows the various counties where revenues are forecasted to be derived from. You'll see 85% or so comes from neighboring counties. Additionally, it's important to note that the Bally's sports uplift on the page refers to the incremental value that our relationship as a sports network provider brings. Annually, we have 4 billion plus impressions. We are the only operator that has this aspect. Over the first 8 years, we estimate gaming taxes to the city to support pension funds to be more than $625 million, and when combined with taxes to the state, from a gaming perspective, over $1.3 billion.
Thanks, Chris. It's one thing to see a floor diagram, but now we'd like to take you through with a video animation of our proposal on the Tribune site.
Located along the north branch of the Chicago River, Valley Chicago creates a vibrant entertainment district sure to become one of Chicago's iconic destinations. The design extends Chicago's Riverwalk, a vital urban connector critical to the economic growth of the city along the north and south branches. Waterfront restaurants and bars activate the river's edge and connect the development to the adjacent neighborhoods. An elegantly proportioned 28-story luxury hotel tower is the focal point of the project and is visible from several vantage points within the city and along the river. A dramatic 2-story rooftop bar and restaurant space creates a uniquely Chicago experience. With a large outdoor terrace and water feature and pool and amazing views to the city's iconic skyline. A new 3,000-seat theater and museum is positioned at the river's bend to create a new landmark and architectural statement.
So we've already talked about the idea of a phased development here, but it's important to note our initial phase of development is a destination entertainment facility. It has all the parts and pieces that make for a great project. 5-star hotel rooms, structured parking, a casino program that satisfies everything the city and the state need, a river walk that's developed against the Chicago River, outdoor space for entertainment, and destination dining. Most importantly, the building is contemplated to structurally and mechanically be prepared to receive a second phase of development with absolute minimal disruption. In that second phase, we'll add more 5-star hotel rooms, structured parking, rooftop pools, destination food and beverage dining amenities, a 70,000 square foot theater, more green space, and that wonderful connection to Ward Park to extend the Riverwalk north. We know when this phase is complete, this project will be outstanding for Chicago. Similarly, we'd like to walk you through our proposal on the McCormick site. The McCormick site is fascinating. Here, it's currently controlled by the MPEA, and there's 24 acres of developable land. It's a catalyst for economic growth. The beautiful lakefront views set up perfectly for our program and property. And by the way, Bally's is prepared to offer a $50 million upfront, unrestricted payment to the city to start this economic engine. This is a little different casino layout. More of an island casino, it's easily accessible, and the transportation lines up wonderfully for the city and for Bally's. I'd again like to invite Peter Reinhofer to describe some of the improvements that Bally's will make and how this will work for us in a perfect program.
Thanks. So currently there is a tremendous multimodal transportation network already in place around this site, with access to transit, pedestrian, bicycle, and roadway infrastructure. As seen on the aerial, vehicular access to the entertainment district will be primarily along Moe Drive, from the 18th Drive interchange at DuSable Lakeshore Drive, and at the 31st Street interchange at DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Several signalized intersections along 31st Street will be updated and modernized and restriped to improve the efficiency and operations of these intersections. The intersections at the 18th Drive interchange will also be modernized and in full operation. We are also proposing a reconstructed free flow ramp from the northbound DuSable Lakeshore Drive ramp to 31st Street to southbound Moe Drive to improve the traffic flow to the site. Transit options for the McCormick site include the 27th Street Metro Station, which is immediately adjacent to the proposed entertainment district. And we are proposing a new pedestrian connection to that station. There are also several CTA bus routes in the area that connect the CTA rail stations at the Red Line, Orange Line, and Green Line. A new pedestrian and bicycle connection will connect the entertainment district with the Lakefront Trail, as well as new connections to the adjacent pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure already in place. And I think one of the most exciting things from a transit perspective for this site is the potential to connect to the McCormick Place busway. Currently, the McCormick Place busway connects downtown Chicago to McCormick Place along a bus-only roadway that travels along the lower levels of the streets as well as the railroad tracks connecting to McCormick Place. A new shuttle or extension of the McCormick buses would connect the entertainment district directly to McCormick Place and downtown Chicago. A new roadway will be constructed adjacent to and above Moe Drive. They'll provide access to several pickup and drop-off areas for the hotel, casino, and entertainment district, as well as offer numerous short-term parking areas, again, for transportation network providers to pick up and drop off patrons. Access to the new parking garage will be provided by several driveways along Moe Drive. I'd like to hand it back over to Chris again.
So as I mentioned previously, we conducted independent market studies to understand the revenue potential and visitation. At the McCormick site, the Chicagoland market is expected to grow incrementally over the next 5 years by $1.2 billion. Now that's $100 million more than our study said at the Tribune site. The gross gaming revenue at this site is estimated to be approximately $960 million, almost $100 million more. The McCormick site factors in less visitation from neighboring counties. However, that's offset by capture from the nearly 3 million visitors at McCormick Place and tourists in the area. Over the first 8 years, we estimate gaming taxes to the city to support pension funds to be north of $675 million, and when combined with taxes to the state from gaming, over $1.5 billion. The McCormick site is the best site, based on an independent union gaming market study commissioned by the City of Chicago. Our study corroborates this. Paul?
Thanks, Chris. Now we'll see an animated video of Bally's Chicago proposed on the McCormick site.
Located south of Chicago's McCormick Place Convention Center, the design of the new Bally's Chicago recalls the curving edge of Lake Michigan with sinuous geometries, creating sculptural metaphors for lively play. The entertainment complex is the signature element of the overall architectural composition. Located on the northern portion of the site, access to the complex is through a dramatic drop-off and lobby area that connects with the hotel and casino. At the south end, a proposed pedestrian bridge connects green space on the lakefront to a publicly accessible Chicago museum. The gracefully curving form of the 34-story luxury hotel anchors the north end. An integrated lighting display emphasizes the structural themes of the lakefront facade. An east-facing rooftop terrace features an exciting 2-story glass-enclosed restaurant and bar, while an infinity edge pool offers commanding views of Grant Park and the Chicago skyline.
The McCormick site proposal features phasing that's very similar to what we've shown you at the Tribune site. So we know at the end of this phasing, it's important to note we're again structurally and mechanically prepared to receive a second phase. And we know at the end of the phasing that regardless of whether we're on the Tribune site or the McCormick site, a world-class city deserves a world-class entertainment resort. And that's what Bally's Chicago is proud to offer to the city. Now we'll watch a short video and we'll have some words from our chairman.
This is it. A Chicago dream decades in the making. and a gaming legend, reborn and ready for destiny. Just as Chicago rose like a phoenix from the fire, we too have reclaimed Bally's. Our name born here and baptized in a century of gaming greatness. Now, it's all our own. A new Bally's, charging into the future, right here in America's mightiest city. A revolutionary entertainment partnership, combining technology, gaming, and media. A dynamic vision, an economic engine, built by the community, of the community, and for the community. Together, let's make our mark and show the world how it's done. Introducing our flagship destination here in the heart of Chicago. A dynamic company, a bold city, an incredible future that's built to thrill.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to share with you our enthusiasm for this project and for allowing us to reintroduce Bally's to Chicago. While similar in many ways, the two proposals are actually quite different. One is closer to the center of town. It strives to be deeply integrated to its surrounding community and indeed welcomes patrons to come and arrive at the facility in all sorts of ways, from walking and public transportation to even arriving by the river by taxi. The other is much more of an island, surrounded by highways and railroad tracks, its ultimate integration to the community and convention space subject to stakeholder feedback. Both projects are fantastic, so the choice is yours. And once you make your choice, we will commit to building a world-class destination resort that will generate the most revenues and jobs for the city and state, a project that you can be proud of. I am personally here as the chairman and our largest shareholder to assure you that we won't let you down. We have the wherewithal to build and the operational expertise to make this a success. Chicago will be our most profitable property and a flagship of our extensive portfolio. We are here to bet in Chicago, so I hope you will bet on Bally's. Thank you.
Nice work, guys.
Thank you for coming back in and joining us for this next portion of our program. We had scheduled a segment where the aldermen, who we thought there would be quite a few here this afternoon, but we do have Alderman Tom Tunney, who is here and who had requested to make a comment. You're on.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan, and thanks to everyone for coming today. My name is Tom Tunney. I'm the alderman in Wrigleyville, Lakeview, but maybe just as important as people's credentials, I chair the zoning committee, so I've seen many of these land parcels over the years. I'm also a native Chicagoan Southsider, but Northsider, and I'm well aware of the number of years that we've been waiting for a casino, not just for the entertainment, but the economy, and hopefully help with our pensions. The presentations were well thought, they were well prepared, and each one has some uniquenesses, so we're gonna spend a little more time on it. But I really wanted to thank everyone for being here today and that are watching it streaming or such. but we got a lot of work to do on the council. You know, this is an important decision for our city. I really look forward to getting to a deeper dive on all the presentations, and I know that a number of my colleagues are going to really have a lot of tough questions for you, whether it's about the economic aspects, whether it's the inclusion aspects, whether it's location. You know, it's going to be an exciting time. And I know that the mayor wants to get this done in short order, but those of us that know that this concept has been thought about for many years. So it's going to take a little bit of time, but I know that there's a lot of interest and there's a lot of passion on the City Council, and I look forward to shepherding that procedure through Plan Commission and ultimately through the Zoning Committee. So thank you very much. And I know most of you, but the ones that you don't, I'm sure I'll get to know you much better in the next 3 to 6 months. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman. So thank all of you for coming up to sit with us and answer some questions that we have received from those of you here and some from our audience at home as well. And to explain to you how we've done this, we have a stack that would keep us here well into the evening. So several of them were redundant. And so what the staff has done is we have, for some of those, been able to coordinate them into questions that that we'll be able to pose to the staff so that it's not repetitive over and over and over again on some of the same topics. But let's start right off. Here is one that we'll ask each of you about that starts off saying, how will your projects catalyze growth in the neighborhoods around them and not just cater to tourists? Sue?
Well, we are looking forward to really engaging with the community. We really haven't done so yet. As part of the RFP process, we're just following the rules. We engage with the City of Chicago and the Mayor's office, but we haven't actually had a chance to really meet with the aldermen and other local community groups. Look, we think we thrive when we can have that kind of access. We think we're good listeners. And to be completely frank, all of these projects can be as integrated as the community wants, and they could also be somewhat separated as the community wants. So to respond to a question like that, there's many ways to bring, to make it so that it's actually for the local community much more than tourists, actually. It's actually not that hard to pull off. So yeah, we look forward to the dialogue.
Okay. Do you have any specific ideas on how this could actually catalyze growth in the neighborhoods around them and not just cater to tourists?
I mean, I think our outdoor space at both sites, the Riverwalk extending at the Tribune site, are both important. There's about 6 acres in the McCormick bid for park space. And we're, as Sue had mentioned, we're open to hearing, if we can utilize that in a different manner. We're happy to do so, but that was our initial thought without having those conversations.
Bob?
You heard Mayor Karen Freeman Wilson describe our Southside Works program earlier, which is really derived from state legislation that was passed for One Central. And its focus is to use major economic development to have significant measurable impact in the community. So how do we get there? What are the specifics? Number one, through our development program, it gives us the ability to use transit to connect people to jobs, literally in minutes. One of the real impediments to the South Side today and the West Side is lack of convenient access to jobs. So by creating transportation infrastructure, it's giving 100,000 people that reside on the South and Southwest Side access to a job in a 30-minute commute. And just simply by bringing this magnitude of development toward the South Side, it's really shifting the pendulum back toward growth on the South Side, whereas historically for a generation, growth in Chicago, as we all know, has really been concentrated west and north. Secondly, our community training and education program, we've committed $30 million to build a workforce development center with the idea that we want to reach 10,000 young people annually and communicate to them the job opportunities that are coming. One of the real challenges with these big projects is they're half built before a person can come into the trades or get the training and education that's necessary. And so this gives us an avenue to gain exposure to young people, underemployed, unemployed, to help them understand the jobs that are coming, the requirements that are necessary, and to bridge the gap between those individuals and the educational institutions and the training programs that are available to them. And the third piece that Mayor Karen mentioned was our community reinvestment program. One of the real advantages of major economic development initiatives like this is it allows us to do things that standalone projects can't do. And the hallmark of that is really a reinvestment program that we've established, which Jim is very much a part of, where we're channeling our own equity back into the community through the Southside Works program, which is governed by the Urban League, the BLC, the Illinois Hispanic Chamber, to bring $400 million of equity married up with debt to build 7,500 affordable workforce housing units on the south side, on the southwest side.
Okay. Jim, if you could take
Bob, I'm going to tag on to what Bob said. You know, that is still the south side of Chicago. Although it's east, it's South Roosevelt Road. And I think that when you think about what that neighborhood needs and what we should be doing, I harken back to the mayor. First mayor that I'd ever heard, and I've heard, you know, we haven't had a whole lot of mayors in Chicago in the last 40 years or so, but she's the first one to say the south and west sides are priorities, the first one to say that. And so when you think about those communities and what they need, we've got to reach out to the youth. We've got to really go and focus on having entrepreneurs build stores, build businesses in those communities. We've got to have job training, aggressive job training. We just can't put a facility there and say, okay, young guy, come in and apply for this education, apply for this job. We've got to be very aggressive and very intentional about the people in the community and how we hire them and what we hire them for, and the fact that we're going to have to train many of them. You know, being in the markets, I hear about all the time this 4% unemployment rate, 4.5% unemployment rate in those communities on the south and west side, and the age group we're really focused on, I dare to say it's probably more like 40% unemployment rate. And we've got to reach in and go and grab some of those young folks. We've got to create financing vehicles for shops and stores and entrepreneurs to be able to work there and impact that community and employ the people in that community and be very intentional about.
Okay, Jim. No, sir, I'll read the question again. How will the projects catalyze growth in the neighborhoods?
You know what, as I listen to the answers on stage here, for us, it's, you know, I'm sure many of us heard of Hire 360, right? Hire 360, if those of you that may not know, is an organization that Related really spearheaded and founded a few years ago. And when you talk about jobs and opportunities, when you walk on a job site and you see the inherent barriers that exist for individuals to get opportunities in the trades, how does that directly correlate and go right into the south and west sides of our city? The way that you do that is you have to first understand the systemic barriers that do exist, right? So organizations that it's the conversation about building capacity and finding organizations to do the work, but how does that organization prepare to do that work? What are steps that does that organization need, right? For example, access to insurance is why we've partnered with CS Strategies, Charles Smith and Gallagher, putting them together to understand how can we direct specific processes and programs for a small business to access to allow them to bid on $1 million bid package if they're only doing $250,000 today. If we really want to build capacity, we have to get to the root of what these barriers are that really exist, right? And I think that's what we've been focused on the 78 and the 78 site is really getting deep into how we can create more opportunities and eliminate these barriers by putting them with insurance brokers, bonding brokers, and eliminating those barriers. And that's how you can start feeding and creating opportunities on the south and west sides of our city. Otherwise, it's just a conversation.
Okay, I'm going to ask you guys to help me out here. We got a lot of questions. So I'm going to ask you to keep your answers as succinct as possible. I know. So I'm just saying, from now on, if we can, I'd appreciate it.
You know, Bob, what might work is one person per team.
Yeah, that's what I think we'll do. That's a great way to do it. So instead, we'll skip around on our next ones. So Kurt, you want to take a
Well, yeah, I'll tell you know, following NOSA is hard on this because no one knows more about this than he does and about getting jobs out into our communities. Except maybe Don Bernanke, who's our head of construction, and as NOSA said, was at the forefront of starting Hire 360. You know, a lot of the things you're going to hear up here are we're gonna out in front. Well, let me talk about what we've done in the past, right? So in the last 10 years, we spent over $300 million in MBE and WB in the city of Chicago. And we took a hard look at what we were doing in all the communities we work, all the neighborhoods in Chicago in which we do work, and we said, not only do we need to get jobs out there, we need, as NOSA talked about, in our sustainable careers. And so we have looked at the 78 for the 6 years we've been working on it as a way to take these great programs that we put in place, like the fact that we started 21 Black-owned entrepreneurial companies in partnership with us and giving them the first contracts out of our office in the last 10 years, again, spearheaded by Don Bernanke. But this is the way that we take these programs and Hire 360 that have been successful, yet small and growing, and make them enormous and really get jobs out into the parts of this city that really need it. So we're going to take all the things we have done over the last 10 years and have been so important to us, and this is the way we can take those and expand them. And NOSA's a giant part of that. So we've got a history here, and we've got a great path to taking those programs and making them even more meaningful.
Thank you. And the gentleman next to you.
Well, we have, in all of the projects we've done, we've had tremendous economic growth for minorities in the neighborhoods where we have operated. In Philadelphia, it's been beyond belief. And the same would be true for the two projects that we're involved in here. You've heard about 178, and we are giving a portion of our earnings with a minimum payment in both deals to contribute to both the South and West. My family is known for being extremely supportive of that. My daughter started Chicago Cares and works night and day on it just to help those less advantaged. So the advantage that we have in our two projects are that they are far to the south. So we're in a very good position to create more jobs and opportunities. And of course, we have enormous partners in the development of these properties and the construction and will in the operations. And 60% of the employees of ours in Chicago at the Rivers in Des Plaines are of people of color.
Thanks, Bob. You know, our development team has combined almost 100+ years of actual development experience in the city of Chicago in these neighborhoods. So if this is the topic right now, we've actually been preparing for this for almost 100 years, just didn't know about it. And I'd also suggest that our other colleagues here on the stage that talked about programs that might result if successful, let's look forward thinking and let's implement them whether or not they are successful, because that's what's necessary. And we've been doing that already. We've got an extraordinarily proven track record of incubating, resourcing, and helping local businesses grow into opportunities like this. Probably the only ones that can demonstrate it as we can. The other part of your question was about tourism and how to catalyze the tourist dollars. We are in Chicago's front yard, in the living room, along the lakefront. No better place to capture tourists than that. We also have the Erie Crown Theater within our complex that will certainly drive additional tourist attractions to our site, and obviously the proximity to the built-up environment of hotel rooms and McCormick Place. It's a natural for our site to be the #1 tourist attraction amongst all.
While I got you right there, we're going to come back this way, and since this is all so various, we'll skip and get one of you from each company. each group of presenters. So the question is, what are your union guarantees?
I'll let Neil talk about that.
We've committed to enter into a labor peace agreement if we're selected for the project. On both properties that we're involved in.
And we are governed by the PLA that the city has with the unions as well right now.
We have a PLA on the 78, yeah, signed, already in place.
On One Central, as we stated earlier, ULICO, Union Labor Life, is one of our lead investors on One Central. So I think it goes without saying we have an exceptional relationship with labor here in Illinois and elsewhere. They are our partner. We have an established PLA. And there's a series of other things that we'll be doing with labor tied to our Southside Works program that really bring labor in as even more of a partner, not just in the sense of a capital partner, but a community partner as well.
Okay. Either one of you, Sue? Or?
Yeah, I mean, look, we operate a number of facilities across the country that have, we're wall-to-wall union, and from building and operations, we've had great relations. When we go into a project, we go in with things like PLAs, neutrality agreements and whatnot. So we don't, on this one we haven't done it just yet, but we literally think it's pro forma. So we don't think that our bona fides when it comes to labor relations is matched by anyone else. So
this one's directed towards Rivers McCormick. How do you respond to claims that turning Lakeside into a casino will take away convention business from Chicago? Let me reread that, it was kind of hard. How do you respond to claims that turning Lakeside into a casino will take away convention business from Chicago?
Okay. The number one, the convention center is still there, primarily on the west side of the highway. We're developing the east piece, and historically, what's going on in the world today is that the places like Las Vegas and others that have both a convention center and a great casino with great restaurants and everything else, and a terrific entertainment facility as we have at now, but it's been largely unused with 4,200 seats at the Crown Theater. We think that that combination of those three elements will make it much more desirable for businesses who want to come and select a city, and they've got a lot of options, will come to Chicago because we will be offering them something similar to what they could get in Vegas at the Phoenician or et cetera. So this is one of the strengths of this proposal at McCormick Place.
Yeah, might I add, we are obviously taking an underutilized, aged asset and repurposing it. We're relieving that burden from the local taxpayer. But also it's a tool on behalf of the MPA that they can use to be more competitive in the marketplace. There are new convention centers being built across the country almost annually. And in order to remain competitive, we need more tools at our disposal to ensure its #1 position as the premier convention and tourism bureau and location in the country.
This is to Tribune Bally's. Please explain your plan for traffic and accessibility.
Can we
explain your plan for?
Can we kick that to our traffic expert?
For who? Sorry?
We have a traffic expert from V3.
Expert?
Yeah, they're mic'd.
Yeah, and you're mic'd?
I am, I hope.
Could you hold up your hand so that we can see? Okay. Go ahead.
So our project team has looked at, has done a lot of due diligence around both sites. Obviously, we know that traffic is always a concern with any major development that happens in the city. There's a lot of traffic currently on a lot of the intersections. So what we want to try to do for both sites is really emphasize the use of transit, pedestrian, and bicycle infrastructure that's already in place. The Tribune site has got multiple CTA stations, rail stations, as well as bus stops within easy walking distance to the site for both employees and patrons. We want to try to minimize the amount of traffic going in and out of these sites, to try to minimize the amount of traffic going through the local neighborhoods and through the intersections. Obviously, we know we're going to be generating some traffic, some vehicular traffic that will impact some of the intersections, and we feel that we can come up with a plan that will improve the local roadway network. A lot of the infrastructure that's already out there, the roadway infrastructure, the traffic signal infrastructure that's already out there is fairly dated and does not meet current codes. So we want to work with the city and the local neighborhoods to come up with a plan to improve the infrastructure that's currently out there right now, to not only, to basically just improve the overall transportation network. And again, we really want to emphasize the use of transit and walking and biking. At the McCormick site, I think the connection to the Lakefront Trail is a great opportunity to draw people in from neighborhoods north and south by not driving their car, by walking, by biking, by using other micromobility modes of transit to get to and from the site.
Thank you. Here's one for the group again. What will the proposed require State of Illinois funding? Will the proposals require State of Illinois funding? I'm sorry, these are handwritten. You know, they don't teach cursive in schools anymore. And also, why no partnership with the Illinois Black Chamber of Commerce? Either of you want to start here?
Yeah, so neither of our projects require any sort of public funding. I think that's a straight answer on number one. And number two, we have partnered with the Illinois Black Chamber of Commerce, so I think those are straightforward answers. We would love to leverage them to meet our diversity goals, especially on construction design in the future from a vendor diversity standpoint, suppliers, and to execute our plan for community rewards.
I might just add that in both projects, we've actually offered an upfront payment to the city. So the opposite of public funding.
Okay. Bob, I would say our project requires no state funding. And I guess Larry Ivory's here. He asked that question on the Illinois Black Chamber. But we expect we'll be partnering with the Illinois Black Chamber as well as virtually every other black organization that's in the city that's relevant to what we're doing. So we look forward to working with Larry and his group.
And our project doesn't have any state funding. I actually co-chair the construction committee for the Illinois Black Chamber of Commerce. So I guess we're good there. Oh, and by the way, I'm also a board member.
The what now?
I'm also a board member of the Illinois Black Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah, I'm glad Larry asked that question after that debrief I gave him on our proposal last week as well, so thank you, Larry. I'll also add regarding the state of Illinois incentives or support. Well, obviously we don't, and we're going the extra mile by relieving the state of Illinois of that $500 million burden at Lakeside.
Okay, next question is how. Sorry, sir, we're going to have a public session and an opportunity for the public to respond. But we're trying to get these questions that came in. Did you have a question you submitted? Okay, there was a way to submit those questions, and we're going to get all the ones we can. The next question was, how would a casino located in the 78 support U of I, support of the Discovery Partners Institute? And would a casino limit the program's potential?
So I'll take that. That's a great question. We spent a ton of time thinking about, and hopefully you got from our presentation how important public planning, design, architecture, and how things work together are to us. What's interesting about our site is the size and scope of it, so that the front door of the casino at the 78 would be a quarter-mile away from the DPI. And so while that's a very large geographic distance, we thought it was critical to have an interaction between those two districts. So the entertainment district right along Roosevelt Road, where the casino is located, and the observation deck and the hotel, and the restaurants and the Harbor Hall, needs to interact with the innovation district, which is driven by the DPI and all of the ancillary companies and buildings that we will build surround that, even though they're far away. And so we have sat down with the University of Illinois and Rivers and started to talk about all the programs that we're going to have. What's interesting about the DPI is that it does innovation, and tech is what it's all about. And Rivers runs one of the most successful and kind of, forward-thinking tech components of the gambling world as well. So we already sat down with the CEO of Rivers and the head of the DPI about programs. Another thing that's interesting about Rivers is that in two of the other locations around the country, they have great relationships with extremely kind of high-level educational institutions, Union College in Schenectady, and Carnegie Mellon as well. They've run programs with them, so this is not something that's new to them, and the DPI is excited about the possibilities for getting opportunities for entrepreneurship to their students as well. So what could be seen as a hindrance is actually become one of the best selling points of why this is all going to work together.
This one is at Bally's. What is your company's experience in developing casinos in a major city like Chicago and also in an urban environment?
Great, yeah. So we've, our property in Providence, Rhode Island is actually, at the time it was built, I believe it was one of the top 5 casinos in the country in terms of size, with close to 5,000 game positions. And our management team today was the same management team that built it. So we have the experience to build large. We also know how to build small. We've built properties that are, a fraction of the size, 1,000 game positions. And so we have a breadth of experience in terms of operating and building. So yeah, we feel good about it.
Good. That question was from Matthew. And here's one from John Smith. I trust it's the real John Smith. This one is towards River Chicago. How does the proposal, which includes 10 acres of parkland, seek approval of lakefront ordinances or Friends of the Park?
Oh, that must be for Rivers McCormick, Chicago. If I may, I'm going to call to our design team to give that specificity. Or David. David. Is there a mic? No, here, this side.
There are microphones on either side. Yeah, right there.
I'll stop
I'll
running
ask
around.
the question again.
Yeah, so I got the question. So 10 acres of new parkland, that is basically taking what is now mostly parking lots facing the north, kind of the Soldier Field lots, and making a substantial portion of those into new parkland and open space. In terms of the Lakefront Protection Ordinance, because we're converting an existing facility, we're staying within the footprint of the McCormick facility itself. We don't believe it triggers the Lakefront Protection Ordinance. And actually, we've briefed the Friends of the Park. They like the idea of adding additional park space to the lakefront. And so we're confident that that will be an amenity that will be embraced by the entire city and particularly those that use the lakefront.
Okay, thank you. This is one from Isabel Road. Rivers McCormick. You stated within 12 months of approvals that you will choose a fully operational project. The community is it looks like critical part of the process. How long will it take to get the approvals?
Yeah, so our distinction is we'd be fully operational 12 months from approvals. That assumes Illinois Gaming Board approves, and obviously through the community process that the city would dictate and manage on, alongside us. So we've got extraordinary experience involved with community engagement. As mentioned, we are part of the development team immediately developing the Bronzeville Lakefront project directly across Lakeshore Drive, controlling Michael Reese and the marshalling yards that we won competitively from the city via RFP in 2017. So we've gone through 4 years of community engagement with all of the surrounding neighbors to effectuate that design and that development that we recently won full entitlement for.
And here's additional part to the question. What's your plan for additional engagement?
We have ongoing engagement with the community as virtue of that project, and so it is natural to our process to have continuously ongoing engagement with community as this project, if we're lucky enough to be chosen, as we navigate through the approval process with the city, the surrounding community, specifically the 4th Ward, and all of the South Loop and Bronzeville neighbors.
I can't read the name on this one, I'm sorry. It's Jones Horney? Henry? Anyway, it's to Bally's Tribune. Traffic at the Chicago Halsted is already horrible. How are you going to manage adding a casino at the corner without making it worse than it already is?
Can we punt that to our traffic experts
The traffic
again?
guy again?
Peter Winoff again with V3 Companies. Again, we know that in particular the Tribune site, that there's a lot of traffic during the peak hours out there. Morning peak hours, everyone's driving to work. Evening peak hours, everyone's driving home from work. You know, we as a team, we plan on making improvements in the area, and that's going to be one of the first intersections that needs improvements. The traffic signal equipment that's out there, not to get too technical, is very dated and does not meet current standards. There's no left turn arrows for any of the directions, and we feel that with some financial backing, in particular at that intersection, but as well as some other intersections that we know will be impacted, we can make the local roadway network better than what's out there right now.
I would like to note that we've included that in our construction budget, so we would be financing those improvements.
Okay. This is from, looks like Butler Adams, who asks to Hard Rock, how does this proposal alleviate taxpayers from the financial burden of the civic build over the tracks? Will the developers seek infrastructure funds to deck over the tracks? This is to the Hard Rock. Need the question again? How does the proposal alleviate the taxpayers from the financial burden of the civic build over the tracks? Are there tracks, they're talking about air rights or something here?
Right. So I'll answer that question and the question that I think was coming from the audience earlier. One Central is a public-private partnership between our development investment team and the state of Illinois. It involves a joint funding of a major infrastructure project that we earlier referred to as a civic build. The decision that our investment team has made with respect to gaming is if the effort and work that we have underway with the state on the public-private partnership and the associated agreements that are already framed in legislation, that legislation was passed 2.5 years ago, if that process is pacing behind the effort with the city, we've made a decision to invest in the infrastructure phase of our project that is necessary to support gaming. And we'll make that investment ahead of the work that we're doing with the state. So the answer to the question financially is by driving gaming in the way that we characterized it earlier, marrying up gaming with major economic development, it will create additional economic value, tax base, that will go to both the city and the state.
Okay. This is from L. Alexander to Hard Rock and Rivers. With having casinos already in Gary and Rockford, and also Des Plaines, how will you be marketing this? And won't you be competing against yourselves?
I'd like to refer that question to our partners at Hard Rock. I can't see them, but I know Sean Caffrey is at the table.
Partners?
Happy to take it. So a few things. One is we certainly believe that the market in and around the Chicago area, both from the existing population, but also from the tourism, is sufficient enough for us to justify actually all 3 locations. The good thing is we can target a lot of our marketing efforts sort of south and away from things for our property in northern Indiana, and then we can really focus on the Chicago area for this downtown location. And then for Rockford, we believe that's far enough out that it's not going to have a material impact on the existing facility to cannibalize it.
One of the other things, as far as the Northern Indiana project goes, is a significant portion of our business is coming from Indiana. So in that respect, we are not really competing against one another.
You had a comment on that? Yes, sir.
It's a good question, and I want to answer that fully. First place, Rivers Des Plaines is about 20 miles away from one of the sites, and slightly less, maybe a couple miles at most, of the other site. The traffic time to get from either one of those sites to Des Plaines is very tough because you're stuck in all of the traffic going to O'Hare or back and forth because Des Plaines is near O'Hare Airport. So it's an hour or more drive. 85% of the rated play, which is a much, that's of our rated play, at Rivers Des Plaines comes from 20 miles to the north, the west, the east, or to the south. But that's actually the actual percentage of our business is much higher located in that area, even beyond 85%, because we do a lot of business around the airport, and that's not rated play. Those are just people staying, traveling to O'Hare, come there for the night, or staying at one of the places. So this is a different market. Most customers want to decide to go where they want to go because it's closer or they like the facility better. The important thing to recognize here is that Rivers Des Plaines has a tremendous benefit for the Chicago casino because the brand Rivers is very well known and respected because of the success of Rivers. It's a great property and it's done well. So that's very important. Secondly, we have, and we run, would be running both, we being Rush Street. We have a customer list that's unparalleled of all the customers in our data. If we win the Chicago casino will have the benefit of all of that. If we lose the Chicago casino, whoever is running the Chicago casino will have to compete with Rivers, okay? And Rivers will be a tough competitor because they have the name, the customer list, etc. The bottom line is that there is absolutely no incentive in our case, in the case of Rivers, for sending customers away from Chicago to Rivers in Des Plaines because the marginal tax rates are about the same in both. So there's no reason to try to push a customer from Chicago to Des Plaines. Furthermore, we, Rush Street, will own more of that property in Chicago than the property in Rivers Des Plaines. So the bottom line of it is, it is a benefit to the city of Chicago for us to win this because instead of competing, you'll be enjoying the benefits of the Rivers name and a big list of customers.
Thank you. This is from Alex Avila for Bally's. Have you identified a potential local airport concessions partner? If so, what percentage is African American and or Latino owned?
I can take that. We have actually spoken to actually a couple since it came out as part of our public RFP that we were interested in the airport concessions. I would say that we have not made any agreements yet. We would like to actually speak with the airport authority and sort of, again, build our relationships with all the stakeholders before we make any final decisions. But we absolutely expect to have, again, the minority communities as part of that business.
Okay. Wilma Myers is asking Rivers 7B, can you talk about the sanctions and default you are under for the Chicago Housing Authority?
Can you repeat that again?
Sure. Can you talk about the sanctions and default that you are under for the Chicago Housing Authority?
Sure. We're not on either of those things with the CHA, so.
Okay. And so, I'm sorry, your answer was?
There are no sanctions or defaults with the CHA with regards to our company, or certainly not the 78, which is fallow ground right now.
And here's one for all of us, so we'll start here and get to one of you from each, please. How will your proposals address the original intended use of the site? For example, affordable housing, lakefront protection, open space, residential use, etc. I'll read it again. How will your proposals address the original intent use of the site? For example, affordable housing, lakefront protection, open space, residential use, and so forth.
Well, we have two sites proposed. The Tribune Publishing site was originally intended to print newspapers and have trucks to deliver those newspapers. They actually just use a very, very small fraction of the building. It's mostly empty. So, look, we think that it's an exciting project to be part of that entire neighborhood, which is actually a lot of older industrial buildings actually being revived, economically reused for this mixed-use living, working, entertainment space. And we actually think that we can bring a lot of the site back from its original use. There's rail tracks, there's basically a lot of truck parking, and then these large buildings that are empty. Speaking of truck parking, the marshalling yards, it's just truck parking. And look, the reality is it's not that hard to marshal trucks 5 or 10 minutes further away, still work just fine for the convention business, and then be able to really redevelop that site. As Chris was mentioning, we're only proposing to use I think something like 15 of the acres. So we have at least 6 acres that we just built up as parkland. But we can do all these interesting things to connect to Bronzeville once we have a chance to really engage with the community and figure out what they want. If they want just a single pedestrian entrance for workers, we can build that. If they want to fly over to the park, to the lakeshore, we can build that. We can build entire access to make it really almost feel a part of the Michael Reese property. We actually have some option land on the other side of the tracks that we can help build up to really be part of that development. We're here to listen, and we're here to deliver to the community what they want.
Great. Bob or Jim?
Sure. Well, with respect to One Central, when you speak about the neighborhood, you have to think of it really in 2 respects. There's neighborhood and community interest both east and west of the site. To the west of the site is the South Loop neighborhood. When you go back over time and you look at city land use planning, the Central Station Master Plan that was established back in 1989, the early 90s, this site was part of the original Central Station Master Plan. When I say this site, I mean the 35 acres that make up One Central. In the Central Station Master Plan, in the South Loop Neighborhood Plan, it contemplated a number of things that are very much a part of the One Central Master Plan. For instance, concentrated, dense, urban mixed-use development. That's fairly well established in past planning documentation, in particular the Central Station Master Plan. But it goes further than that. It anticipates creating a bridge from the neighborhood to the lakefront. If you were to walk there today, it's a void, it's a rail yard. Many would characterize it as being blighted. And so the master plan for One Central really fills that void, and it creates nearly 15 acres of parks and open space, and it creates a point of connection, multiple points of connection from the neighborhood to the west through the site to the lakefront and into the parks. From an alternative perspective, from the east side, looking back to the site, you have the cultural mile, concentrated, major civic anchoring attractions that drive millions of visits a year to the lakefront. In a similar way, the master plan for One Central looks to address a number of the issues that are important on the civic side of the neighborhood, improving transportation, providing the amenity set that the civic and cultural assets going into the next generation of what these properties will mean to cities are very much in need of the retail, dining, entertainment, attractions that really make these districts great destinations. And so we've spent a lot of time over the last several years listening, learning, trying to understand what the broad community interests are, understanding all the past planning work. We've completed a full transit feasibility study, and any major project, you know, there's a lot of issues that need to be addressed and solved. You can't solve all of them to everyone's satisfaction, but believe strongly that the master plan that's been established really is consistent with past planning, consistent where the markets are going, and is very much in keeping with prior master planning documentation, land use, and what have you. So very compatible, but as I said, with any major land use effort, there are challenges.
Nosa or either?
Yeah, I think I'll take this one. I think the question is, are we going to live up to the original agreements as far as open space, housing, entitlements? The answer to that on our site on the 78 is absolutely. We have a PD in place on the site. The only real amendment we will need to make to that is to include gaming in the PD. The 11 acres of open green space, we're absolutely going to maintain that. The 20% affordability, which we will work with the Chicago Housing Authority. We have an incredible relationship with them. I think we have thousands of units we're planning with them right now. They will be a part of that and building that affordable housing. All of the entitlements on the site we will live up to and maintain. It was a process where I think we met with 3,000 community members over a period of months and months and months, and then worked with the city for several years to get to this PD that we will respect and uphold on our site.
So to answer that question, there's a two-part, and we've got to look at it from a macro perspective. The Rivers Chicago McCormick team, our development group is also developing part of it, the Bronzeville Lakefront project, which includes the Michael Reese site and the Marshall Yard site. Through a robust planning process that's been going on for 4+ years and working with the community specifically on affordable housing concerns, we've got a large master plan that includes thousands of new units and an agreement to fulfill our ARO, or our affordable housing mandate, on site. And certainly one of our latter phases includes the Marshall Yards in creating the type of high-end, dense multifamily that the city has and the community has requested, and that we've worked with them for years. Fortunately, the city chose a development team through that competitive process, which awarded us both Marshall Yards and Michael Reese, a team that knows how to handle the complexities of relocating the MPA Logistics Center from just a truck storage facility and building them a new state-of-the-art program that's going to catapult MPA into the future to remain competitive. So unfortunately, it is more than just a parking lot, and it requires a sophisticated team with a dynamic approach to help solve that problem. Obviously, the Lakeside Center building's original use was for public benefit. It was a convention center. It's now obsolete for its intended use as we project into the future of what MPA can be. And so we're, again, solving a huge burden to the Chicago and state taxpayer by relieving them of that $500 million in deferred maintenance, and obviously returning glory and luster to the lakefront.
Okay, it looks like this might be our last question. And it's one that I'm sure we had a lot similar to this one. How do you know you will execute on the proposals that you've made today, including on minority participation, construction design, community investments, among the many other promises? In other words, you know, how do they know that you're going? Is there a guarantee that once you get the job, you can do it? You guys want to take this one?
Well, yeah, I think that's why I'm here. I'm here to speak on behalf of our company. I'm empowered to do so, obviously. Look, this matters to us. It's an opportunity to walk the walk. So, look, you know, we've said it on the public record, right? So, we use the term floors and not ceilings, and we mean it. So, look, we look forward. If we're selected, I mean, I think there's the city of Chicago has some amazing choices, or a difficult choice to make. They have some amazing candidates here. But if we're selected, we look forward to living by our words. We always have, and that'd be fun.
Yeah, Sue, if I can add to that, you know, we're committed to putting, you know, these commitments into our host community agreement. I think that's number one.
I'm sorry, putting what in?
These commitments into our host community agreement. Number two, we've also engaged with the target group, which will help us track all of these different categories in partnership with our construction partners, our HR partners, the Chicago Urban League, skills, and such.
Good. Bob or Jim?
You know, one of the key things, and you heard me say it in my comments that I made earlier, when you go through the approval process for the city of Chicago, in order to get approved for any development, it's very rigorous, and you have to commit to a lot of things. And you sometimes ask yourself, why is it that they want every single thing in writing? You know, who you're going to hire, what you're going to do construction, what are your goals here, a litany of things. And it's primarily because most of the developers that are involved in those programs don't do it. And if they don't make them putting them in writing, they won't do it. And one of the things that I led off with that I think we lag badly in this city is minorities at the equity table. I said that earlier, and there virtually are none. At any proposal up here, there virtually are none except one. And if you're not at the equity table, controlling the GP or a voice in the GP, your opinion doesn't matter. I mean, it doesn't matter if any of these groups say they're going to have 25% equity participation in the ownership as LPs. Because if you're not a GP, you don't call the shots. The shots are called by the general partner, and they control the equity. They control the hiring, they control the operations, they get paid the fees from the LPs. When they make a commitment, it's actually a real commitment. And so if you don't start with significant ownership at the general partnership, which there's not a casino in the state of Illinois, and I don't think there's one in the United States of America, with significant minority, black and brown ownership in the equity of the GP, you know, that's one of the reasons you have to question it in the community. Being from the South Side, and I say Inglewood, everybody knows me, they know I'm from Inglewood, I talk about it all the time. You've seen so many promises broken by folks that really don't have an investment in the community. They don't really live there. They don't really relate to the people that are there. And so it's a brand new paradigm if you control the equity. I happen to be on that Obama committee, the leading voice on the Obama committee that was referred to several times when we had the earth-shaking announcement that we were going to have that project led by minority construction companies. The reason I was able to do that is because I was talking directly to the president who controlled the equity, and he said, Jim, make this transformation. And we did, with a lot of the firms that are now partnered up with these guys here, make them the leads, 51%. And they said to me it couldn't be done. But I could only do it because I was at, quote unquote, the equity at the table. So if you're really not, it's hard. And that's why the city has to get these promises from the developers, because if they don't get them, there is really no real sense that it'll get done. So I'll come back to what I said earlier, and that has to be a standard, and every decision maker in the city council, and I know the mayor, has to come back and say, who is controlling the general partner? In our proposal, 50% of the GP will be controlled by minorities, 50%. And that's very, very significant. And that loudest voice at that table will be mine. And, you know, Jim Reynolds is no secret in the city of Chicago. I don't sneak up on anybody. And so I think that, for a lot of the folks, I think that's going to bring a lot of comfort. And I think that if there is something that can be done to the rest of the groups, to actually get them to think about that and do that, I think that would be very significant.
Okay, thanks, Jim. No, sir, Kurt.
Yeah, so I think the question was, how do we know we're going to build it, right?
Yeah.
And then the second component was, and live up to our minority, what we say we're going to do. So I'm going to take the first one, Nosa's going to take the second.
Now, how do we know that you're going to do what you say you're going to do?
Yeah, I'm going to, okay. For us, it's very simple. So what we say we're going to do, we're going to build these things. One, we own and control the land. Two, we have approved PD in place. Three, we have a 3-decade history in this city of doing exactly what we said we're going to do, which you can trace back to our earliest 2 flats in Lincoln Park, and you can bring it forward to more high-rises and large construction projects in downtown Chicago than anyone over the last 20 years. And I will say that I think combining with Neil and what he has built in the city and what we've built, there's no one, and I don't mean anyone up on this dais here, I mean anyone in Chicago that has built more in this city than we have, and we stand behind every single building we've ever built, and again, we are long-term owners. As far as living up to what we're doing on our minority participation, I think Nosa can take that.
Yeah, so I mean, look around, right? You talk about equity and inclusion. As a construction firm, I think I'm the only one on stage right now. That speaks to having a voice at the table. That speaks to real equity. So when you have an opportunity to create jobs and hire firms and put together bid packages and give real access to small black and brown companies from the south and west sides of the city, I don't need approval. I am the approval. I'm making the decision. So talking about what we can do, let's look at our track record of what we have done. It's no secret, Boa Construction and what we've done in the city. It's the first, it's the first, it's the first. We got to get tired of the first. We've broken a lot of barriers in construction. And honestly, if you think about, I said it earlier, right, with Kurt, the opportunity for us to be in a prime role as the general contractor for a mega development in the city of Chicago, that's unheard of. So you talk about equity and a voice, that speaks for itself. Typically, they pick a majority-owned firm, and then they're adding women and minority-owned firms to that team. The check-the-box process. Do they really have a voice? Can they really hire the folks that they're saying they're going to hire? We've done it, and we're in a position where we're going to do that on this project. So I mean, it's really, you know, my old man always says, the proof is in the pudding.
Okay, so yes, sir. I think it's our turn on this topic. Let's first start out with getting it done. Every project that we have undertaken, every casino development, all right, we completed during the toughest economic times, and we, number one, bailed out and took over the project in Pittsburgh because the developer was going bankrupt. In Philly, they awarded 2 licenses. The other guy could never start it. We did ours. Again, it was in tough times. The project at Des Plaines was awarded in November of 2008, and we got it developed and built. We have very strong financially, and we have an unblemished record of completing successfully every project, teaming up with Related. Between the two of us, have enormous experience and capital, and we have tremendous capital to do the other project. On the subject of minorities, let me point out very clearly, in the Rivers Des Plaines, we had, and I believe was the only project in Illinois, that had a significant minority ownership. One of the minorities was on the board, and that was a phenomenally successful project that made a huge profit for all the investors. And those investors have flocked to sign up on any of our projects that we're doing now. We have over 100 people who have asked to get into our projects, and we will do everything. Number one, we'll get it done. And by the way, everything is ready to go on our projects. All we need is the approval from the city. But the minority investors have been thrilled, and they will be on the board of whichever company or whatever project we are awarded.
Okay. Bob, I guess it's appropriate I close us out on this question as we look at the clock. I want to thank first Rush Street and Neil Bloom and the team for adhering to the city's confidentiality requirements, because then obviously there wouldn't be so much talk on the stage about who has what piece of what project. Zeb McLaurin is part of the Rivers Chicago McCormick team and in partnership with Rush Street Gaming, because there's no box to check as a developer. There's no box to check as a GP member. There's no box to check as an owner. I'm here because this is what we as a team believe in. It's in our DNA, and it's what we've always done. And as I mentioned during our original presentation, there's no necessary to window dress here, not necessary to be adherent to an RFP, because this is who we are. So, you know, and we fortunately are beyond the aspect of having to be requested of commitment, because everyone knows when they see my name, our collective team history, that it's part of it's part of what we do. It's in our DNA.
Okay, I want to thank you. Now we're going to move right into the next segment, and this is the public segment. If you do have questions, please line up on the spots on the floor on either wall, and there are some people from the city who will help you to the microphones. If you have questions, please limit your comments or questions to 2 minutes, please, because we want to get in as many people as we can, and we know some of you are equal to make a comment or a question. And we're starting, are we lined up? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you. To all the bidders, I just have one question. What steps have you undertaken in your bid to include Chicago-owned music venues and producers by working with them rather than cannibalizing their businesses located in our very important neighborhoods?
Anybody want to take that one? What steps have you taken to incorporate local Chicago businesses rather than squeeze them out?
Sure, Bob. So our project already has embedded a 4,200 seat arena that needs some TLC and needs some new perfume, if you will. And we're more than prepared to provide that. The infrastructure within our music and entertainment industry locally already exists to help us repurpose and rebrand Erie Crown Theater. We're not building anything new. We're actually helping them because they've already have the infrastructure in place and unnecessary to lure out-of-town multinational organizations to help book shows. Jerry and others like him here in the city of Chicago have that expertise, and we're providing them with a brand new venue to do so that's already online.
Good question, sir. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And we have one over here.
Yes, my name is David Wu, and I'm from Chinatown. You know, a number of these projects are in our shadows, the 78, McCormick Place, even 31st and Lakeshore Drive. You know, earlier there was some
Sir,
discussion.
Can you remove your mask with the time? Thank you.
Yep. So earlier there was some discussion about trying to capture people going to Indiana. In Chinatown, there's shuttle buses that take more than 1,500 people a day to Indiana. We are a relatively small community of immigrants, hardworking, low-income people. And so this is going to exacerbate the problem. You know, I understand the need for more revenue, but how do you, what plans do each of you have to protect immigrant communities, communities that really are in the shadows of these casinos, so that while you're attracting visitors and tourists, that you don't harm nearby communities?
Good question, sir. So how do you guys, how do you flourish without squeezing and stepping on the little guys nearby? Who wants to take that one?
Let me start by saying...
Sue's going to start off with this one.
Sure. Thank you for the question. Let me just start by saying that, look, I think it'd be good for the community. I mean, there's a lot of communities where this happens, where they set up the buses and give you a ticket, and then, you know, like an hour and a half later, you end up somewhere else. And you know, those revenues, those jobs, those people should stay in the community. And there should be entertainment options for those people in the community. So I think it starts by saying that unless you can figure out a way to say, like, you know, ban the other state from doing it, you know, you're better off keeping that within your own community. And then once you do keep it in your own community, then you could be being part, you're at the table, you can, you know, work in lots of different ways to make sure that the community's interests are met. Look, you know, obviously, we spent some time with it in our presentation, but responsible gaming is a really important part of what we do, both on the physical casino side. Obviously, it's mandated by most states, and also on the online side, where our international efforts, especially in the UK, are so far ahead in terms of, you know, sort of tracking your activities and realizing when to slow you down, and really when to just refer you to get some counseling and help and cut you off if you're not there. So we have this knowledge, this experience base to bring. We think that we can give the community the entertainment it desires and the choices without going too far to the point where you actually hurt the community.
You know, Bob,
You know, yes, go ahead, Bob. Because this is a tough question, you know. How do you stay viable? But he's talking about communities where the bus backs up and a lot of folks leave the community to come to the casino and take money out of the community.
Right. I'll answer it two ways. I'll answer one part, and I'd like to ask our partners from Hard Rock to offer a comment as well. One of the real advantages, and I think it's fair to say, with any of the developments that occur in this tourist-centric mindset on the lakefront, bring new visitors into the community that will have a crossover effect, be it to Chinatown and other elements of the community, where new visitation, new spending, new revenues, new jobs will naturally evolve from this type of an investment. We've talked about it numerous times today. The idea of using a project like this to drive broader, community, impactful economic development. But I'd like to call on Hard Rock. I don't think there's anyone in the room worldwide, from an entertainment perspective, be it gaming or otherwise, that really has had more impact, influence than they have. So again, I can't see Sean and John, but I'd ask them to offer their comments.
Thanks, Bob. It's really a question about responsible gaming, and we talked about this in my presentation earlier, that social responsibility is a major focus for us. We have a person dedicated to that. Responsible gaming is everybody in the industry's responsibility. It's very, very important. So we understand that, and we provide a lot of entertainment and other things that will drive people to the property, but we also have to be careful from a responsible gaming standpoint. I will say, though, that Mayor Lightfoot mentioned that those people going to Indiana bring that money back to Illinois, so there has to be a fine line and a fine balance between bringing them back into Illinois, but making sure that it's responsibly done and responsible gaming. So a significant portion of our revenues are projecting to be incremental. We've shown that we can grow a market. So we have a loyalty program that's called Unity that is, you can earn points from cafes, hotels, casinos, and you can redeem them. And the people that will benefit from that are major cities such as Chicago downtown properties. So a lot of that business that we will bring in will be coming from our other properties who have earned points and can redeem points. But we hear you, and we take that very seriously. Obviously, our focus on social responsibility and responsible gaming is of the utmost importance as far as our operation is concerned.
Thank you, sir, for your question.
Yeah, just one final comment. Probably 75 to 80% of the billboards in Chinatown are gaming. And so really you have to take your responsibility to try to push the tourists to come and not target vulnerable communities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I would just like to comment. We are very cognizant of the issue you have raised, but we are experienced in dealing with it. Our casino and Des Plaines.
Can you start over your answer? The first part of your answer was muffled.
Me?
If you could start over again with your answer.
We deal with this issue at all of our casinos, but particularly we deal with it in Des Plaines. There's a very large Asian population, bigger than Chinatown when you add it all up, near to the north, the west, etc. And we have very strict gaming rules and our own compliance to deal with problem gaming, and in no way do we encourage it, and we are experienced in dealing with it.
Great.
I will say on the 78th site, we've had dozens of meetings in Chinatown and with Chinatown about how we coordinate, right? And that by building the southern anchor to the Riverwalk there, you can then tap into getting more people to Pingtown Park, one of the best parks in the city of Chicago, but very hard to access, right? You got to go across train tracks to get to it today. By continuing the Riverwalk all the way down and bringing that traffic and that energy, we feel that by working with Chinatown and figuring out how to get those people that come to visit the 78 then down to Chinatown to visit the restaurants and spend money and activate that area, we can really coordinate together and make this great synergy. And that's been our goal from day one, and we're happy to continue that conversation on how we do that effectively. So I appreciate your comment.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Leonard E. McGee. I have a question on transportation in Chicago Avenue. The presentation for Chicago Avenue, the issue there now, congestion, just in general, whatever you do, it'll be interesting. Are you going to expand the bridges so you can get more traffic through, because it's a traffic through point issue? And turning lanes or new signals is not going to solve that problem. But my main issue is the issue of becoming with the age of people between 24 and 45 years old who are unemployed. Everybody's going to do something for youth. Well, what about the people who are trapped in the 24 to 45 years old that, like on 35th Street, who want a job, who are actually aged out of any system to be helped? What about that population that needs to be employed, that's sitting on our corners in the near South Side? And I would say 35th Street because I live near 35th Street. And people want jobs. But everybody's always going to look at the teenager, the young person. But what about the person between the ages of 24 years old and 45 years old who are unemployed, who impact our neighborhoods every day? Drug pushers who are out there, they really don't want to be there, but they want to get a decent job. They know how to market. They know a customer base. They know product. Only difference is the product they're selling is illegal. People go to Morton College to do what they do on the corner. They're good business people. How do we now bring those people in from the ages of 25 to 45 years old into the workplace in your projects? And so that's and I could throw some zingers at everybody because I know a lot of people on here, and it's good to see a lot of people I know. So I'm going to give you a fair question, and is how do you deal with the 25 to 45 years old? Because everybody's going to deal with the youth. Everybody's going to go to the high schools. They're going to drag all those people in. And don't tell me about unions and PLAs. I know about unions and PLAs, but unions and PLAs have been the biggest downfall for the black community. And don't tell me about training programs, because there are people in the black community, whether it be from the Urban League or wherever, got training certificates up the yin yang, but still don't have a job.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Jim?
I would, sorry.
You answer this question?
No, let me, Kurt, we're going to fight
Don't fight over answering the questions now. We're going to start making
Everybody gets a chance. Well, you know, you took so long to ask the question, you took up the time we were going to use to answer the question, but let me try it anyway. All right. You know, let me answer. Let me answer this. All right. My comments from earlier was on the stated unemployment rate that we get nationally, around 4 to 4.5%. And I said earlier, the real unemployment rate in these communities, among the people you're talking about, I would say is probably closer to 40 or 50%. I think that is kind of the unseen, unfocused on population that is, up till now, has been easily ignored, particularly if they got a little hair on their background, maybe a drug offense, maybe they were an offender, maybe they didn't get educated correctly, they didn't finish college, that they really have been overlooked, and they have been. That's a bona fide question. And I'll get back to what I said before. Who's at the table? Who's at the table? And Bob, you know this, you've been around just like me. If you're at the table, you're going to focus on those folks because you know how important they are and you know they need the help. And you're from there and you realize they need the help. But if somebody else is making the decisions that really don't even recognize what that population is going through, then how are they going to address that population? I keep coming back because equity is the key. If you're not in the equity chair, you don't drive those decisions to say, we're going to focus on that group of folks. We're going to spend the money on that group of folks. This is on the south side, and those folks need to benefit from this project, which is why largely they've been left out. And so I'll say it, and in our project, I'm at the table. I recognize those people. I come from those people. My brothers and sisters were these people. And so I know exactly what we need to do to impact and strengthen those communities. And to strengthen those communities, we gotta get those people. And we've got to give them viable opportunities to be a part of a project like this, because this is truly an amazing project.
Thank you, sir. We have a question over here.
Can I follow up 1 second?
No, man.
Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jorge Perez, and I'm from South Chicago, a little nugget of an area called the Bush. My question is directly to Bally's, and then I have a quick follow-up. Some folks may know me here. I spent my previous incarnation working in the design and construction advocacy front for the Latino community. For the contractor that you picked, not those folks, Gilbane in particular, why would you think it'd be okay for Chicago to accept the fact that Gilbane has a bad track record of working with minority firms, and in particular in Cleveland, they were forced to hire minority firms for projects out there? Why would you think that Chicago would be okay with Gilbane on your team?
Yeah, I mean, we've worked with Gilbane before. We've worked with other contractors before. When we thought about this project, and when we told them the way we wanted to do it, which meant that the project would be led by this community builder cooperative, they embraced it. So I would think that someone's actions today is what matters. So You know, I'm not aware of what happened in Cleveland or when that happened, but we believe that they are walking the walk today. And, you know, the CCBC believes that they're walking the walk today. And I know for certain that the builders group are looking forward to winning this proposal and getting the thing built. So, you know, we'll look into that. Thank you for the comment. And if, you know, we will make sure that we address any concerns. But from our perspective, you know, we ourselves have very high standards, and they at least have not represented that they can't meet them.
So I want to second what Sue said, and for full transparency, we actually have a member of our construction team from Gilbane here that I'm sure would love to respond.
And just real quick, to your point, Mr. Kim, about the fact of what you just said about sort of the reflection of community, why is only the related team the only group here to have Latinos on stage? We are the growing community in Chicago, in the state of Illinois, in the USA, but very few Latinos are being represented from all your other teams.
You mean let's get the answer to your first part of your question. Let's get they have someone here who's going to answer your question about Gilbane, and he's here. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you have someone?
Sir, oh, sorry, take my mask
Hold on
off.
just a second. Go ahead.
So I would just like to respond formally to those inaccurate accusations regarding our good work in Cleveland. There is a growing conversation that continues, in that particular instance for that particular client. Gilbane Building Company has spent 150 years building communities, focusing on giving a hand up, providing opportunities for all companies. And we're very, very proud of our track record. We work day in and day out with the minority communities here in Chicago, and our passion is providing opportunities, bringing people to the table, listening to their voices, hearing their perspectives, and putting together amazing synergies of teams. We do that day in and day out. We've got 8 partners that will continue to talk to their seat at our table, which will continue well beyond this opportunity into the future for the next 150 years. So I appreciate the concern, and there's always room for improvement, always room for improvement. And it's purely an inaccurate accusation. So
I believe now let's get to the second part of your question about the Latino representation.
Yeah, the reality is that the Latino community is the community that is growing in Chicago, the state of Illinois, and throughout the country. It's going to be Latinos that are going to rebuild the country. The only team here that had Latino representation is the related team. And outside of that, it is the promises, you're going to work harder, you're going to come in on Saturday, you're going to order in pizza, that you're going to work harder. There is no commitment here, and I want the Latino community in Chicago to know this, that is as strong outside of this team. None of you guys have made the extra effort.
Yeah, let me say, River Chicago, McCormick. Mr. Castillo, will you please send up? Phil Castillo is our lead designer and has actually designed Lakeside Center with the Yan firm, has been there forever. And Chef Carlos, who was part of our presentation, is one of our lead and will lead our full dining, experiential, and F&B network for our entire proposal. So actually, and again, we're not here to check any boxes, but we've had more representation across every segment of the citizens of Chicago than anybody.
Thank you.
And then Jorge. Jorge over here.
You know what? We haven't heard from them. We're going to get back to. I think we're going to have more than enough time.
Bob?
Yes.
We actually have one of our representatives who's Latino here. He might not be up on stage as we only have 2 seats, but if you'd like to hear from Miguel, I'm sure he'd like to speak on our behalf.
Whatever Mr. Jordan wants to do.
Yes, all right. You have someone from you?
Yes. Miguel is part of our construction collective.
Yeah, Miguel Descoto, Descoto Inc., Jorge, wherever you want. Good to see you again. Yeah, look, it's a number of seats, right? So at the end of the day, we didn't decide the format. We were told. So we have to figure out, anticipate who needs to be up there to answer what questions. But you saw me in the video. Everybody knows me from the team here. We've been leading it. And we also have reached out to Hasia to make sure they're here. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that. We have a lot of mutual friends in the room, Hispanic firms, African American firms, and the thing about the CCBC is that it is a collective minority group that's leading this team, so more Hispanics will be involved, absolutely.
Okay. I would also like to add to that, if you saw on our slide of strategic partners, we do have a partnership with Hispanic Pro, and a portion of our minority investor group is Latino. So,
okay. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Joan Lovell. I live in the South Loop, and I have a question for Bob Dunn. You mentioned that your property for the casino and the One Central was part of the master plan for One Central Station. But you are asking not only for $6.5 billion in taxpayer money, but to quadruple the density for your piece of that property, which would make your piece have more density than the entire master plan called for in the first instance. So my question is, how are you going to address the infrastructure strains that that puts on the neighborhood that is right next to that?
There's many answers to that question, but let me hit the ones that I think are probably most impactful. And to clarify, I did not say that the prior master plans contemplated a casino. They contemplated dense mixed-use development, including entertainment, but not literally a casino. So I don't want my statements to be characterized as we're representing that it was always planned for a casino.
And
that
the
wouldn't be
density
accurate.
you're asking for is more than the entire original plan asked for. So the infrastructure for what exists there was planned for what the original plan was designed for. You now want to quadruple what was originally authorized.
We are proposing an increase in the density on the site, and through an extensive amount of effort, what we've learned through a comprehensive transit feasibility study, master planning, land use, density analysis, parking analysis, is with the transit hub that we have planned at One Central and the related road improvements, it's a part of the city that has an incredible strain on it today because of the presence of the civic and cultural assets that exist just across Lakeshore Drive from the neighborhood. The transit hub is being built in the part of the city that has the greatest need for improved transportation because you've got the greatest draw into the city. Somewhere on one of these tables is the full transit feasibility study. As we begin to contemplate now bringing gaming into this district and the millions of added visits a year that will generate, to begin to think about that absent the type of transit improvement that's proposed at One Central would only further strain the system. And what we've learned and what we know from the analysis that's been done, take a Bears game day as an example. With the type of transit infrastructure that's being built there, what we're seeing is a pattern like we've seen in other urban sports and entertainment districts where we can mode shift, where we can move as much as 30–40% of the game day traffic, which all currently comes almost entirely by car. Move that to multimodal transit systems, the Shy Line, better utilization of CTA, Metra, someday even Amtrak. What does that mean inside the neighborhood? Game day, massive reduction on the impacts within the neighborhood. Normal day of the week. Overall, it's estimated with the transit improvements and the related roadway improvements, 6 to 8% total reduction against today's traffic volumes in the neighborhood. Because as you well know, most places you go from the neighborhood involve vehicular travel, unless it's a pedestrian walk and what have you. So it's a complicated set of factors, but especially if we're going to think about bringing an attraction into that district, into this tourist-centric district, there absolutely has to be improved transportation to serve what exists there today, including the neighborhood, and also to provide the type of service that will be necessary to support a gaming asset that will generate millions of added visits a year.
So the Shy Line and Metra are already there. The $6.5 billion that you're asking for your infrastructure for your podium does not include bringing Amtrak or CTA there. How are you going to get the funding to get those extra transit opportunities there and make it any different from what already exists without taxpayers paying more money?
Yeah, what exists there today is Metra, the 18th Street platform. It's hard to call that a station.
Is the bus, the Shy Line is the road for the bus?
Well, the Shy Line, fortunately, the Shy Line exists. The busway exists, but the Shy Line service does not exist today. CTA service can be brought to the site by connecting CTA with Metra and putting in place the Shy Line circulator. The roadways there, it's probably the most underutilized piece of infrastructure the city of Chicago today. By connecting those three modes of transit, that's what has the positive impact on reducing vehicular traffic and better supporting all of the civic and cultural assets and taking pressure off the neighborhood.
But you've said that you're not asking for a TIF, and my question is how much more in tax dollars is it going to take to bring the CTA there?
Okay, last question, ma'am.
Right, the CTA extension is part of our $3.8 billion civic build. The cost to bring the CTA service over is part of our $3.8 billion civic build.
Thank you so much for your questions. Was there someone else here? Yes.
Hi, I'm Suzanne Leckert with Convergent Strategy Group. I've been a part of the Rush Street team. And my question is specifically to Bally's. In your presentation today, you presented some revenue projections for your sites. And specifically looking at the one for McCormick, it was significantly higher than any projections that have been out there by Union Gaming or anybody else, about $150 million higher. And my question has to do with the reasonableness of such a projection like that, particularly in a phased project such as you're proposing. You know, what type of revenue goals, revenue marks do you have to hit before this phase 2 project is developed, and especially considering that perhaps the revenue projections might be unreasonable?
I can take that. Look, I think that there are
I'm being told that you represent another bidder, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
And the rules prohibit that?
Okay. I did not understand.
Yeah, that's okay if you didn't know, but yeah, that's, all right, but good try. All right, sir.
I was happy to answer it. I'm happy.
Well, Sue said he was going to answer it anyway.
I
so.
I could also answer the prior gentleman's question as well. About
well, we want to get through these as quickly as can. So go ahead, sir.
So I want to start with the statement. First of all, I want to congratulate Related Midwest and the 78 on their diversity over the years, and that'll lead to my question. I work for a smaller company that started out, it was three people, small, Hispanic and female. Thanks to the efforts of Related Midwest, it's now up to 50 team members, of which 70% of them are city residents and 70% of them are diverse minorities and women. Now that comes to the question. I challenge the other members presenting their casinos to have proof in the pudding. Show us how you have made an impact and made difference in diversity and inclusion, because so many times people bring construction projects to the table and they promise the world they're going to do this, they're going to do that, but they don't do anything. But in reality, for a fact, and there's other contractors in the room that'll gladly attest to, including NOSA, because he's one of us, right? We started down here thanks to this wonderful developer. We now have 50 team members, of which 70% of them are city residents and minorities and women. I mean, how are you guys going to accomplish that? That's my challenge to the rest of the teams up here.
Wow, I didn't know this was going to turn into that type of contest. So I'll tell you, and this probably answers your question, Mr. McGee, because I certainly don't want to be on record of you when we have our next community engagement down in Bronzeville that we didn't respond to you appropriately. Luckily for us, while we're sitting here, I got a text. Cranes just published an op-ed that I wrote. Impactful projects stimulate a local ecosystem. The purpose of that was to demonstrate factually, based on our history, how we grow local businesses. You mentioned NOSA, and he's a very successful example. I won't even dare to put him on the spot here and ask him how many projects he's building for me right now, independent of these projects. And he's one of a long string of them. As someone said, everybody in this room, we all have relationships and tentacles with. And I'm not gonna, we don't even have the time to recite our resume as to what we've done for Black and Brown. I certainly don't, because the proof is in the pudding. We have probably scaled and helped grow more Black and Brown and local small businesses than anybody in here combined, by virtue of our multi-billion-dollar pipeline of real estate development projects. We have let probably what will be the largest project to date next door at Bronzeville Lakefront. We just let it on the construction management side to a 66% led MBE team. We have billions more of contracts to let. Not in anticipation of that question, but again, because that's who we are.
Let me add to, because I'm on stage and my name is being mentioned, so that's kind of a push button for me to speak up. So let me be a little bit pointed here. There's a lot of developers in town that I have a lot of respect for, and I'm not here to disparage anyone or any other organizations. But in my business, revenues produce jobs. They move equipment on job sites, they dig dirt, it erects buildings. As a contractor, as a Black contractor in Chicago, a lot of times, Zeb and others and everyone in the city, there's a difference when you're asked to provide pricing and to provide pre-construction services and to be engaged in an outreach meeting, the cattle call that we're all sometimes invited to, from when you're actually given a contract that you can build towards and hire people and build capacity, increase your bonding capacity, cash flow and revenue and jobs. There's a difference. And I want to be very clear. Leonard, I've worked with you before, and I'm glad you spoke up. Leonard and I specifically hired a young man that was playing cards on the West Side, on the streets, in gangs. We intentionally hired that guy and put him on a state job. The morning he went to the job site, the night after, if he didn't go to that job site, he would have been on the news. Because that same place he was playing cards, there was a shooting. So I don't want to talk about things that we can't point to. I don't want to talk about what we all hope and want to do. If we're going to create real change, we have to have dollars and jobs that represent it. And we have a table over there. Is Don Bernanke over there? Yeah, he's there. And I want Don to speak about this. Hire 360 and creating opportunities. It's not just talk. I'm not the guy that shows up on stage because you need a Black guy up here. That's just not me. Don, can you talk about what we're doing, what Related decided to do, and how jobs and opportunities and doors are opened for Black and Brown Chicago?
I'll just say a couple of things. You know, in many respects, obviously, this isn't a very important conversation. And I think there are those of you that are all on this stage today and those that are here and the things that we're talking about, I think just reinforces how important this decision is for the city of Chicago. Because it truly does create the opportunity for the kind of path that can start to truly address many of the issues that have been raised in these questions. Many of the things you have all talked about, the things you have been doing for years, things that all of us have been doing. But we must keep our eye on the important message here. And it isn't about, am I doing something better than you're doing it? Are you doing better than he's doing it? She's doing it? No, we need to get together and understand that there is still a problem out there. The age group that was talked about, and trying to get that age group interacted and to have possibilities. We need to figure that out. And that truly is what Hire 360 was about. Sitting down for the first time in a groundbreaking way with developers, with contractors, and with labor. Sitting at the table, talking about the issue, and trying to come up with some form of a solution. And that's what led to Hire 360. Hire 360 is not the entire answer. That answer is still yet to be found amongst all of us. And so I think as we move forward, we must all realize the responsibility. All of us who have responded to this RFP, and all of the city officials that are going to be responsible for advising the mayor and the city council in making this groundbreaking decision. There is a lot to think about. This is a great opportunity for our city. We must listen to the community. We must not think that we all come with the answers. And so as I sit here and I listen to this, I don't want this to deteriorate into a tit for tat. I'm better than you, you're better than me, you've done this, I've done that. That's not what we should do here. We should keep our eye on truly what the prize is. And that's what I would ask everybody to do, because I think a wonderful, wonderful solution can come from this if we remind ourselves of the obligation and the responsibility that we have to do just that.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comment.
Thanks, Don.
All right, thanks. You know, is there anyone? Yes, ma'am, I think you were next.
I just want to say from Don's mouth to God's ears with that.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Mark Doyle, and when I got back from Afghanistan 8 years ago, I started a company called Rags of Honor, and I've subsequently started 2 other companies, and we hire homeless and at-risk veterans. We are the largest employer of homeless veterans in Chicago, maybe in the country. By tomorrow night at this time, I just want to put this in focus. 22 veterans will have taken their own life by tomorrow night at this time. There are 3,000 homeless just in Chicago, about 150,000 homeless every night. And about, 60 days ago or so, somebody from Related, who I don't know, heard about us, called up and said, would you meet with us? Because we're interested in what you're doing, because we think it should be a vital part of what we're doing. And I've read everybody's summary, and don't take this personal. I don't know anybody up there. I'm sure you had good intentions. There was a 5% target in, and everybody does it. I just want anybody from the city or anybody else listening to know, one company reached out to us. One company said, how do we hire more veterans? By the way, how do we get your coffee on our sites? How do we have you help more veterans do our t-shirts? So I just want to say thank you to, again, never met them, don't know anybody but the 3 people I met there, but there are going to be homeless veterans sleeping under bridges tonight in Chicago, and our job is to get them off the street, and these guys called me and said, how do we do it? So I just want to say thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Did anyone want to address that? No? All right. It is, sir, I understand your issues, and it is, I'm sorry?
I think Sue wanted to respond.
I want to say that we actually have a few veterans in our equity group, and I know we have at least one disabled veteran. So,
go ahead. Go ahead.
You know, look again. We are really looking forward to sharing our equity group with the greater public here. I think it's a little early yet, but as we talked about, it's floors and not ceilings. So,
sir, I promised you we'd get to the second part of your question.
No, my question has never been answered.
Well, I want to answer.
Well, no, one second. You had a mic. I got the mic. Let me talk. Thank you. The question I ask is, how are you going to include them? And what I would make a suggestion is that you go back and change your proposal and make sure your proposal indicates the inclusion of that age group. Telling me what you're going to do, I'll be honest, it doesn't make a difference. Put it on paper, because somebody said that when you put it on paper, then you live up to it. You can promise everything today, but if it's not written down, we can't hold you accountable. And the thing is, putting the people in the age group of 25 to 45 years old, and I limited my question to that, 25 to 45 years old. Don't tell me what you've done in the past. Put it in the paper now so we'll see whether you'll do it in the future. And I do want to tell you on a serious note, thank you all for being here. Thank you for your presentations. And I would like to get a copy of your presentations so I can share with my community. I took off the day from work just to come here to hear what you had to say. I think it's been very valuable. I think it's been very important to the city. And I really don't care about the pension funds as much as I care about people getting jobs. Because if people have jobs, we can support the pension fund. The issue is people need jobs. On my side of town, jobs. When people go out and vandalize, why are they doing it? They're trying to make money. So the question is, how do we put them on the right side of the law? Because everybody needs money to operate. We're in a capitalistic society.
Could I address his question, please? May I address his question?
Yes.
I just want to let you know that our biggest pool of employees, they're the age group you're talking about. We have non-traditional workers.
We didn't hear the first part of your answer.
1 second. Before, no,
yeah.
She's trying.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Proposal, don't answer the question now. Put it in your proposal so that those people, like on 35th Street, who need jobs, are in your proposal.
Yes, I just want to let you know that Rivers Casino, in the properties that we have opened, we have non-traditional workers. That's the beauty of being a 24-hour place. And so we have that age group is the age group that we target because, you know, you can't have some young folks working in a casino. So I just want to let you know that that's been our model. In a proposal or not, we do this.
Can you hire some people off 35th Street, 47th Street, 63rd Street?
If we get the license.
No. See, I don't want it to be dependent because these people need jobs now.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Sir.
I'm done.
Okay, thank you.
I'm done.
All right. Before we leave, is Samir Maiktar here? Samir? Yes, there you are. While he's coming to the stage, I wanted to let you know we appreciate your questions. Some very thought-provoking questions on your part, bringing a lot of issues that need to be addressed. And some of them I think will be, and hopefully some of the answers have been helpful for you. And Samir, you had some final words here?
That's right. First of all, wow. It's been absolutely an amazing afternoon, truly engaging, and I want to thank you all for being here. My name is Samir Mayakar. I'm Deputy Mayor for Economic and Neighborhood Development. I just wanted to make some closing remarks. What we've heard from today is from 3 operators, from 4 teams, and 5 truly exciting concepts to build a diversified entertainment district in our city. And so to conclude, Bob, we'd like to say thank you to you for keeping us on track today. We'd like to thank our city staff who really helped organize this event. These events don't organize themselves. So for all of you city staff, if you helped organize this, raise your hand. We want to say thank you. We'd like to thank the elected leaders who are here. You heard from the chairman of the zoning committee. We had a couple of aldermen in and out today. And we especially want to thank the teams, whether it's the developers, the architects, the operators, the construction firms. You all brought the best of your teams here today, and we are really grateful for you taking the time. Many of you flew in to be here. Many of you are from here. But you showcased the best of your diversity in terms of your teams and what they can represent for the future of our city. And finally, I'd like to thank the residents for taking that time to truly engage with this process, for being here, for live streaming. I know we have a number of people watching online. If you know Mayor Lightfoot, you know that she truly believes in engagement. And that is the importance of events like today. And we're just getting started. So from here, as you heard from the mayor earlier, we're going to continue our evaluations, yes, through the holidays. We're going to continue our engagement, and our goal is to select the operator and work with our city council and with the state gaming board early next year. So we wish you all happy holidays. Thank you again for being here, and we hope you have a nice night. Thanks.